Hello there, VOD watchers. Yes, I'm leaving you secret messages now. I hope you're enjoying this. Playing some fanciful games. I'm obsessed with an idle strategy game at the moment, and my coffee is strong. And puns! Yes! Let me update the boards. Well done, friend, well done. First! Training everybody basically to be quick draw specialists here. It's interesting, like, I have no data and I have no knowledge on what causes those things to activate. But yes, puns, Watto and welcome. Hello, Yeti, Ultrazinian, Wolfcran, Watto and welcome! Greetings, friends. Hookshot, lovely to see you. Hello, hello. How are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Got a little while before the... Well, I don't know how many peeps we're going to have today. Like, today is AGDQ, and I'll level with you. I did start late, because I'm not going to compare to a speedrunning dog. I can't ask people to choose between myself and a speedrunning dog. Right, that's not fair. So... just been sipping on my coffees, getting stuff done. Caffeine, Watto and welcome. Legend, lovely to see you. Hookshot's working on the release trailer stuff. Oh, anything that I can help with? Greybeard, hello, hello. Come on in, friend. Oh. Just sipping on my coffee. I'm kind of kicking myself because I had this weird, like, I don't want to call it an ice sculpture. This weird naturally occurring ice formation in the building, which I meant to make a little video of for you all. And sadly, I did not do it in time because I'm an idiot. Okay. Well, yeah, Hookshot. You know, you need me, you got me. Vanderbeest, what? Oh, and welcome. How are you all doing, friends? Ooh. Oh. For those of you who are pirate inclined, we got a video of the new season of Sea of Thieves now. Oh, and Lost Flowers. That sounds lovely. Vanderbeest, thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. House order, represent. Oh, and Akira Zero, that's lovely. Square Pig, lovely to see you. Hello, hello. Well, Hookshot, you have through till the 23rd, so you got all of this weekend. I don't know, numbers, we're doing good over here. Watto and welcome. You know, I'm so glad we moved into a new place when we did. The stories of people's pipes exploding around the local area is horrifying. Actually, I haven't checked in on our old neighbours. I hope they're doing fine.
They're fine.
Okay, our old neighbours are fine, so we wouldn't have had exploded pipes. But like, one of our local bars is completely obliterated because their pipes weren't insulated and the one in the ceiling exploded. So on the plus side, apparently they're going to be in the news. So hopefully some good promotion for them. Varbles, Watto and welcome.
And it's also like some people didn't live in the Midwest, and it shows.
Very true, very true. So yeah. Okay, Hookshot, I do like that. If you fail hard. If you fail hard enough so that you succeed. Sometimes you just gotta pile drive right through your failures. Yeah, I mean, Caffeine, you survived living in Alaska, so you get it. You did look at the schedule. Okay, so, numbers were saying no Final Fantasy VII this week. Not this week. We're going to be doing 1 week on, 1 week off, because I miss you all, and I want to play some dumb, goofy, fun stuff. So this Saturday, friends, we are...
Heck this cold weather. I accidentally put my car in neutral at the top of an incline today, and it went downhill from there.
I haven't actually seen any footage from the Queen Anne Sedan Slam, because we didn't really get ice and we didn't really get snow. I don't know if the weather's going to be turning or if it's going to be getting better or worse right now. But we're fine, the animals are fine, and I'm very, very grateful that we are living in a new apartment. And puns, sorry, where are my manners? Thank you for the bits. I was considering it's GDQ week, like, I'm just expecting this week's going to be... I'm not going to say the Q word, but we'll say very zen. Very zen. But yes, so, schedule for this week. So this Saturday, I want to do 2 things. 1, I want to bring the whole of the Longship into Snail Simulator, a massively multiplayer snail game. So far as I understand, in that game, all you can really do is kind of move at a glacial pace and kind of look at each other. But I don't know. 1, it is an indie game. It is made by kind of friend of squad. And 2, like, we haven't done something goofy as a team in fucking thousands of years. And I want to start changing that. Also, I am going to be a little bit this self-indulgent Saturday evening. And I've got Ben and Sagebell coming back for a spot more lethal company. And I'm sure you're all bored to the back teeth of watching people screaming incoherently, but there's a lot of content in that game that I haven't seen, and I'd rather do it with you all. So there we go. So we'll have like a Saturday of great big goofy multiplayer nonsense.
I hope Snail Simulator has some good controls. I don't want it to be sluggish.
Fucking yo. Oh, fucking yo. And puns, thank you again. Now, Snail Simulator is a game that you have to buy, but it is also $2, and it is from a completely independent developer. So, I am inviting you all to join me on Saturday, but not with something to break the bank.
Despite my terrible English skills, I have to write a report about a European country. I'll finish this somehow.
Very droll. Thank you for the 500. Oh my word. Oh my word. But yes, for the rest of the week, here's what's going down. So today we are finally playing Laika, Aged Through Blood.
Sluggish is fine. I just don't want anyone getting salty about it.
Fucking yo. Fucking yo. I got nothing. Okay, so this week, we're finally playing Laika. I'm still amazed none of our friendos have gotten into this yet, so we're actually breaking ground here. And we'll see how this is. Like, if you haven't seen this before, it is a motorbike Metroidvania, or Motovania, involving foxes doing cool sick flips and obliterating fascist vultures. It is style stacked above world building, and honestly the only thing I can really compare it to is some of Supergiant's stuff. So I don't know how we're going to find this. I don't know if this is going to be something that's interesting to watch or what have you. But I think we're going to have a good time with it. Like, at very least, it's just a great example of doing something different. Plus, all the animated assets for it are so good. Tomorrow we're returning to Lunacid, which, as you know, I am fucking obsessed with. And I have managed to not play nothing but that all week. But thank you again, everybody, for putting up with me binging it last week. I needed that. Thursday, we're doing something I've been meaning to do for fucking ages. Dreadex released a surrealist text adventure horror game called I Do Not Exist. I Doesn't Exist. It is weird, it is bizarre, it wears its strangeness on its sleeve a bit more than, if you remember Buddy Simulator. And I've been wanting to do this for ages, and a good friend of ours over at Dreadex, under new management, sent us a key for it. And he also sent me a bunch of other keys. So if you've been looking to try out some of the Dreadex collection stuff, then there'll be keys on that day. I didn't ask for them. Since the tunes for Mosh Pit Simulator started getting flagged, I haven't really done as many giveaways as we used to. So I'll have to find some way of doing it for you all. I don't know. Maybe we'll get people duking it out on that Scrabble Royale or what have you. Sorry, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass again. Yeah, legend. Mosh Pit Sim. So, Mosh Pit Sim was fine initially because it was only the entertainer from the Ragtime Mosh that got muted. But some of the other songs since then, and I guess it's because some of those bands have found more success than when they, lent their tracks to that. But it does mean that I've got to be a bit more careful. But I don't know, I'll find something. Saturday is Sea of Thieves, and just in case you didn't see, friends, this is the last weekend before the new season. They have announced the changes for Season 11, and it's all quality of life around quests and voyages. So you will now no longer buy your quests from the varying merchants. They'll be available to you in a big old cavalcade from your ship's desk. Your captain's desk. God, that takes 3 attempts. Coffee, why aren't you doing your job? But it does mean that things will be a lot easier to get to. The other thing is you'll be able to travel directly to the start of certain events and voyages, which is interesting. However, anytime that you use the underwater dive maneuver, you will drop any and all treasure that you have. So it's not a substitute for getting paid. Legend, and the current playlist is Game Chop's Sonic and Chill. Fear the Old Blood. Red Bunny Dragon, that rings a massive bell. That's not the Wolfenstein prequel, is it? Because the only other place I know that is a Bloodborne quote. Well, so Hookshot, I have decided I'm going to wait and see how it comes together. Because on the one hand, I do feel that travelling to and from things is what gives Sea of Thieves its spice. I like the long, lengthy voyages and whatnot. But I also acknowledge that, like, if you want to do something in the Spicy Isles, you're kind of committing to, like, a 15, sometimes 20-minute sailing voyage from where you started. And puns, on that I disagree though, because like, one of the joys of Sea of Thieves is the travel. But we'll see how it shakes out. We'll see how it shakes out. Things, I mean, we haven't really gotten the chance to spend too much time with it since Safer Seas has been invested. And last week everything was so shaky that like it can't really be seen as a barometer of the current state of the game, you know. There is something to be said about emergent games and how they do need to make sure they don't streamline out the core of the experience, which does happen. But again, we'll see how it goes. It is also a good time to remember that not every game has to be for everybody, and that's okay. But that's our Friday. If you have any Gilded Voyages, or if you have any limited time adventures, use them or lose them, as they will be gone after the update. But there's some other cool things. The varying factions now can be leveled past 75. Survivals, it allows fast travel to any of the quests or events, but the cost is you drop any and all treasure you have on your ship when you do. So you lose everything. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Sorry, it's me slugging my coffee and wistfully looking off into the distance. Me wistfully looking off into 1,000 yards stare doesn't make for a particularly bump-in stream. I'm sorry. If you have been feeling like you hate sleep, if you've been sitting with yourself in the early mornings and going, God, I love the fact that I get a regular amount of sleep, but I really wish I didn't. I would like to introduce you to the Gorp Upperlog. I started playing this yesterday, and it is a wonderful blend of like idle game strategy and strategy game. It has an ending, it has a purpose, it has a mission, and I am utterly fascinated by it. Oh, puns. I mean, the first time I read it, I thought I was suffering some kind of aneurysm. But yeah, I started playing this yesterday, and it is fucking good. I've been scratching at the idea of how you take like the idle game and turn it into more game. Like a lot of people, when like idle Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that first dropped, I thought there'd be more adventure, more tale, more story to it. And ultimately, it's just an infinite grind to nothingness. The idea that something like this could have an end, could have a story, could have a point, is like a little intellectual puzzle I've been dancing with for quite some time. And this goes a long way towards it. I like that. So yeah, as I said, if you've $7 to throw around and really hate sleep, I cannot recommend this game enough. Right.
Infinite grind to nothing. I never DM fear.
Okay, Araman, I see what you're saying there. I see what you're saying. And thank you for the 200. Anyway, as I said, if you need yourself a video game to consume, I wholeheartedly recommend the sounds like I'm having some kind of episode, the Gnorp apologue. Although I kind of read it like GNOME, like the Gnorp analog, but it's not. It's apologue. I didn't. See, the thing was, I meant to give Frost Train a go last night, and that just completely faded. Oh, also, if you enjoyed Pixel Physics 1,000 years ago, with some of the old like Pixel Physics chemistry sets used to get on like Flash games and things like that. Surprise banger Sandbox Skyline from the Steam Next Fest is now out in its entirety. I had a feckin' great time with this, and I consumed the demo. No, it's a very, very good game. Like, I've spent a lot of time with it already, and I'm genuinely impressed with it.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
51 months, but a lot of time of shared between us.
What I will say, Favour 6, is thank you for the 51 months. Feckin' terrors. And Lizzie, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, I mean, Lizzie, as I was saying to peeps early on, it was a good reason to start late today, you know?
Can I just say that gifting a sub to Final Fantasy was utter genius?
You can say that. I don't have to agree. And I can't stop you. But thank you for the 200. Oh. Feckin' yo. Oh. But yes. So today's game, it's arty, it's interesting, it's gorgeous. And I've been wanting to share this with you for a while, but either other video gamey stuff kept dropping or getting in the way. So yeah, again, this is what we're going to be playing today. I don't know if we're going to do Pal World next week. I'm kind of in two minds about it now. I think if I find a really interesting thing to do with it, because friends, you're going to be seeing and probably hearing a lot about the game we all thought was going to get a cease and desist but didn't. If you're wondering what the ruddy hell I'm talking about, it is the shorthand of it is always Pokemon with guns, but the longhand is it's like an open world Pokemon-esque style title, but it has like Factorio-esque style automation and crafting.
Stop that incessant clicking.
I'm gonna need more coffee. You lot of feckin' terrors. No, I will not thank you for that one. Straight in the bin with you. Lordy, lordy.
More coffee please, sounds like we will be getting fussy today.
If there is a pun there, it has gone right over my head. which is why I'm drinking more coffee. But thank you for the 200. You know, it's still what keeps all the herd alive and keeps me upright. So, while you may be a bunch of terrors, I'm very grateful.
That incessant clicking.
Oh, I take it back. No, I take it back. No, get in the bin. I tried to say something nice. You chose violence. Get out. Fucking terrors. And numbers. So Temtem is a game that emulates the gameplay of Pokemon. Whereas with Pal World, it's very, very clearly on the artistic style. I forget which company is making Pal World, which might be why they've been left alone. Okay, no, so it's being made by a Japanese game dev team. Let's see what else they've made. I made Craftopia as well. Let's bring it. Sorry, Jonas was just mentioning one of the assets from Power World. Let's have a look. Because I'm always down to critique on. Oh yeah, the line of sheep with heavy machine guns is very unsettling, and the following, which is a bunch of sad, dead-eyed Pokemon all putting together assault rifles, is very weird.
Death to the arm.
Oh, what was that, Favor 6? What was y'all? Oh, I didn't notice. Legend. Thank you so much. Like that's $10 to keeping us alive, so I'm very grateful. And for knocking Jarl Dingleberry off the top spot. Oh, and Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends, come on in. Well, okay, so what's really interesting is that the team developing Pal World do still have an open world craft and survival game, Craftopia, or Craftopia, or however it's said, which has been kicking around since 2020, but that's still technically in early access. And it has a lot of the same things. You know, it has light automation, big old open world exploration. Craftopia was kind of going for a, you know, Breath of the Light, but with its own strange kind of like automation systems. So it is interesting that Pal World's coming out before Craftopia is technically done, but I don't know much about this Japanese developer other than they've made like a handful of stuff. But like Pal World's whole vibe is fucking weird. We can agree on that, right? Like, hang on, I'll just bring it up on main screen. So check out this screenshot. Like, this is the one that made me go. It's clearly the monkey Pokemon with a little bit of the edges fluffed, holding a realistic AK-47. This feels like some like dodgy back alley, like edgy T-shirt that you know buy from fucking Camden or somewhere. Oh, and Adolf, Watto and welcome. Sorry, Chaunerus, I don't know if I said hello. Watto and welcome, friends. Like, and this is the shot Chaunerus was talking about here. You know, like cutie patootie little. Well, they're not merreeps, but they are. With shooty gun bang. This was the shot that made me kind of go, oh. Now, in Craftopia, villains and enemies would use varying automation setups. So there's like, in one of the like little random world events, goblins have basically made like a cow souping machine. So the idea being you break their machine, you save the cows, and you kick ass. So this could be like the villains of Power World, but it's very hard to know. Now, like, every game has a right to exist, and for this one, I'm choosing kind of a. For this one, I'm choosing kind of like an innocent until proven guilty. But okay, again, the designs. You can point to which Pokemon they're emulating. So. Lapras with a missile launcher. So, this is coming out on Friday. As I said, it's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. No. Because one of the things that I do like about video games as a whole is that it's very difficult to... It's very difficult to copyright something that... In terms of like gameplay and experiential, like we're pretty much free to learn and articulate from one another, which is something that I love. Usually the only time it gets messy is when it's like things that either use protected tech, I shouldn't say protected tech, things that use oh god, sorry, my brain is absolute jello today. So basically, like, I don't know if you all saw, the Portal 64 got pulled, but only because they were using, oh god, what was it specifically? They were using emulation shite that they didn't have the rights to use, was the kind of TLDR on that one. Like... Emulation's in such a strange place right now. But that wasn't pulled because it used the visual aesthetics of Portal. I'm still happy that the Bloodborne demake and Bloodborne cart are still happening. Power World, this is legally not Pikachu. It's Pikachu! For legal reasons, this is absolutely not Pikachu. But if it was Pikachu, he'd have a gun and he'd hold it like this! Yeah, you'll get it. Bacon, thank you kindly. Yes, the reason why the Portal 64 got pulled is they were using the N64 SDK. Which is bad. Hell, when it comes to a lot of Sony emulation, the BIOS is copyright. And you're not supposed to have it. You're allowed to flash your own BIOS from your own console, but you're not allowed to just download one. Oh. I mean, I think we talked about this the other day with one of the biggest purveyors of one of the biggest marketplaces for illegally gotten wares in the video game space is actually Amazon, which is still wild. Like, the amount of those, like, 1,001 cartridges and totally not R4 cards that you can get on there is ridiculous. But that's another story. Sorry, I'm kind of, I'm a bit wavy-davy with my banter, so I do apologise. In terms of video game news, it's... I mean, okay, there's some good stuff. Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl, is moving to a September release date of this year. Remedy and Take-Two are in a spat over their varying logos, which is hilarious because they're working together on the Max Payne remakes. Fucking love it. What else was going down? Ubisoft said the loud part quiet and the quiet part loud. If you didn't see that, we were talking about it in games news yesterday, but the TLDR is Ubisoft have once again, for the gajillionth time, rebranded their whole like online pass thing. It's now Ubisoft Plus. Fuck it, alright. And it talks... There was a big old interview on GI.biz talking about... Well, Ubisoft were talking a lot about their like future plans. And basically, everybody in the publisher's side is kind of waiting for streamable games to kind of shift to the norm. And by streamable games, I mean like you don't run it on your system, you run it through essentially a portal of sorts. And they talk a little bit about how like most regions just don't have the internet viability to be able to do that, and that's understandable. I couldn't do it in our last apartment. I can here, and I think if Starfield had a little bit more to intrigue me, I would probably give it a go. All I've really done is kind of like putzed around in the starting area, like the mining area at the beginning of Starfield. But what was really interesting was that Ubisoft literally says during the interview, like, their goal is to get people used to not owning their games. And it's one of those things where, yes, there are a lot of instances where we do not technically own like the games that we play. By which I mean like stuff like Warframe, League of Legends, things like that. If you read the EULA, you don't actually own that game. You're logging onto their services. They're very careful about how they word this. But the mentality around these experiences is very, very important. How people think about the games they play is a big defining factor. And technically, yes, Ubisoft is not wrong by saying they're trying to get people used to not owning their games. But, oh no, and Fearless, hey, no worry. We're going to be going for a while, so do no worry. But I don't think Ubisoft understands that, again, perception is very, very important in these things, and you can't just face tank and business talk your way through it. Because, like, I'm with Chaunerus, right? I'm a Game Pass user because I'm fucking poor, alright? I am a poor person. I could not afford to buy Sea of Thieves when I had the opportunity, and so we've just been using Game Pass. And yes, it does work out to be more expensive overall, but, you know, this is basically the Pratchett economy through boots discussion in video games. And with Game Pass, it's an interesting one because it's a twofer thing, right? It is the Microsoft catalog, always available, and it is the other stuff on rotation. PlayStation Plus is kind of like a rewards program overhang from their online system, and Game Pass is a long-time evolution of Xbox Live. Ubisoft, I understand why they're doing it, because money. But it is fascinating because they've never had a good grounding. You know, all of Ubisoft's attempts at like their Game Pass competitor or their Steam competitor or what have you have always ended up being a pain in the arse. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I've never been grateful that I've had to log on to, what was it, Uplay, that's it. In fact, I can't play Black Flag on my little Steam Link because Uplay fucks it up for everybody. So in our last place, I got the Steam Link all sorted, and I was going to have like, you know, so I could play some Pirates in the evening and not be in front of my PC the whole time, but no. Yeah, and now we do also have some data that Game Pass doesn't seem to have been detrimental to sales, so that is something. You know, in the evil supervillain way, Microsoft's ultimate goal is platform domination, right? That everyone be part of the Microsoft ecosystem, whether you're buying games through them, whether you're using Game Pass, whether you're playing on PC or console or mobile, you're part of their sphere. Like that's their plan for domination. I don't necessarily think PlayStation has a similar plan, but I think they like the idea. And Ubisoft is still trying to make the Steam competitor work. So, it's a very interesting read. And if you get the chance, I tell you what, like tomorrow morning, if you're sitting around with a coffee and you're wondering what to have a little read on, have a look on this one because it's fascinating whenever you hear executives speak to this level because they're not talking to consumers, they're not talking to people who play games, they're talking to each other. But it shows just the whole arse. Genres, that could be. Like, I have to admit, I've said to Fiona multiple times that if we end up getting flush, I'll pick us up copies of Sea of Thieves, like either via Steam or via the Xbox setup itself. Sorry, Chorn was just saying if they wonder if part of Game Pass's positive success with sales comes from putting the buy this game button next to the play button. I would be interested to know a little bit more about like what works and what doesn't in that ecosystem. No, Air Dragon, they absolutely do, and it was, God, back at like, I want to say like 2014, 2015, everybody was really spooling up their attempt at the Steam competitor. So we had like Origin was making a really solid inroads towards like battling with Steam. Uplay was there, I guess. The Epic Game Store has continued. I don't know if the Epic Game Store has reached viability. At the moment, a large proportion of their traffic does come from Fortnite and giving away free video games. So it's hard to judge. Like, I don't know how many of you've seen, World War Z, the video game, that despite being incredibly under the radar, apparently did very well on Epic. Like, they did 1 million units over there before they even came over to Steam. So, this is the point where we can only really shamanistically try and extrapolate what's going on with all these different platforms. Oh yeah, Moose, that is also a very good point. It did come from the director of subscriptions. So we'll see what Ubisoft doesn't have as strong a catalog to compare as I think they would like. As a larger portion of the Ubisoft ecosystem comes from people making single purchases. You know, the kind of people that wouldn't pay for an on-live subscription service because they buy like an Assassin's Creed game every couple years. Hey, Jonorous, that's entirely fine. You know what? Let me change the subject. What have we got? Scrolling up on the video game news. Golden Sun 1 and 2 are coming to the Nintendo Switch Online space. I forget what it's bloody called. If you didn't get the chance to play Golden Sun back in the day, they were a shining example of like modern JRPG philosophies, and allowed you to carry your characters over from title to title, which whilst that is always a headache for, you know, video game devs, I always appreciate it when they do. You know, Air Dragon, I wholeheartedly believe it. I often feel like The Division is one of those, if that team had just been left to their own devices, we would have got one of the most interesting games. And instead it got Ubisoft into, you know, banality. And I feel that, yeah, with the fact that the Ubisoft Online service caused a larger portion of technical issues doesn't surprise me. When I found out that the opening cinematic to that had been done... Okay, it did not surprise me to find out it was done by a third party. That's very common. But finding out that the team who've been working on The Division 2 had no idea what was going to be in it, and they were as surprised as anyone, that still amazes me. Because, yo, that video contextualizes the game in such a fucking weird way. Well, Air Dragon, I am glad to know I'm not the only Golden Sun fan here. I can't remember if they finished the trilogy with Golden Sun, but I know I didn't. I know I finished 2 and then never went back. Went through quite an adventure with those games, let me tell you. Well, AR, I'm honoured to be at least on one of those screens, and we'll be getting started in just a second. I don't know, I wanted to throw in something chipper and cheerful for Chonorous, because, like, friends, game news is pretty brutal at the moment, I'm not going to lie. All the other talking points today are all bad. Okay, not bad, but like there's, you know, more layoffs, more AI art, more nonsense from the SAG-AFTRA stuff. It's rough out there. But honestly, like, aside from the fact, I don't think anybody here was particularly stoked for the not Splatoon game that's supposed to be dropping this week. That's the only one to bear in mind. They very proudly announced today that they've been using AI art in game, only a little bit. They're very proud of this. Once again, we are seeing a situation where, like, people completely misjudging completely failing to read the room, you know. But Square Enix is very, very proud of their AI initiatives, so we have to hear about it. But to offset the nonsense, I showed you all my current obsession. And again, for those of you that weren't in earlier, we are going to be playing Snail Simulator on Saturday together, if you would care to join us. Yeah. Well, but Journalist, I completely understand. I've read some very similar things, which is why, you know, it's why it's being pushed so hard at the moment. But here's one thing that I will say is that if we can chart anything from the last like 10 years of weird online internet nonsense, it is that above all else, authenticity is what people seek, right? In video games, you can make these big, huge, chunky experiences, but at the point where users start feeling like, oh, hey, Jumami, go get some sleep, friend, to be continued. But the point where users start feeling like they're being farmed at, they check out. You know, if you look at the big successes that we've seen come out of our space, it's... Someone put it very wonderfully on Blue Sky the other night, which is that you cannot emulate 3 a.m. mania when you've got that idea just boring into your noggin that won't quit until you make it. That spark of unhinged inspiration that sometimes leads to some fun and fucking cool shit, right? That authenticity cannot be faked. Does not matter how good your simulation are. It does not matter how good your generative bollocks is. You can't emulate that. You cannot have a computer-generated voice come up with "Damn, these pretzels suck." Possibly the best line in Borderlands 2. Until it existed, there is no system that would have been able to come up with Vampire Survivors, or Lethal Company for that matter. Now they exist, sure, maybe you can have someone emulate that, but they couldn't have come up with it in the first place. It can only ever be ever-decreasing circles. So I completely understand, like, the feelings on, but, like, things are going to suck this year, that's for sure. I think we'll see a much quicker purge and burn cycle with this nonsense. But what I will say is that ultimately, creativity will win. You know what I mean? And I apologize if that seems naive. The one thing you can't buy off the shelf is creativity. And video games are such a passion-led industry that ultimately tools that remove from that will only ever end up costing you. Oh yeah, no, Air Dragon. First quarter this year is going to be fucking wild. Also, fearless. The other thing is like, if you can't afford SAG tier voice actors but need voices for your game, you can just ask. One of the great things from last week was the gentleman behind Whisker Squadron and previously Chase the Sun got quoted in the news being like, "Fuck all this AI voice generated bollocks." And just on fucking, you know, the dying embers of Twitter was like, does anyone want to do voices for this? Hundreds of people. And so many of them like industry friendos, you know. Someone who's not great at voice delivery will always have something more than you can put in from AI generated bollocks. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that I've just blocked and stopped listening to because a lot of those AI models, the voice ones, they can't maintain consistency. You know, we as people do that because we're people. There's always a through line. And I say this as someone whose accent wildly leaps around like some toddler jumped up on Skittles. But, God, it's so fascinating. And here's the thing. There are so many people now, like, post-lockdown, that would love the opportunity to do some voice stuff. Yeah, no, Matty Mercer got this start helping out on mod projects and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, yeah, and PVS, it's kind of a symbiosis, right? The kind of game that needs voices and can't afford it should be a small, scrappy project. And at that point, no one's making any money unless it does really well. And you as a performer are getting the chance to perform and the chance to practice, and the person creating this game is getting that little extra spice. And well, so no, there are ways and means. There are ways and means. Like, that is a special situation where the flat, dulcet tone of an automated voice fits it thematically. So, in that regard, using a text-to-speech device is fine. But it is worth noting that that is very different than something like a lot of these AI-generated voices. The result is different. The process is very different. You know? And it's to the point, do we know that the computer isn't played by someone? Like, that would be something to look into, because, I mean, famously, GLaDOS. That is not... that ain't text-to-speech, friend. Anyway. I just wanted to throw it in just so... I guess hope. Like, we're gonna be hearing a lot about this bollocks over the coming months, and we just... Obviously, as always, just like with real events, and so many of them at the moment, like, you have to strike your own personal balance between staying informed and not letting the darkness swallow you. But at least in this regard, you know, we can remind ourselves that, you know, video games are far more than just, you know, computer programs spat out by algorithms. They are that beautiful intersection of art and creativity through technology. And sometimes the people on the technology side, they talk a big game, but they don't get it. Huh. There we go. Sorry, Phil is just pointing out that Legion from Mass Effect was played by DC Douglas, who is also Albert Wesker. Lovely. Yeah, and Edwin, of course, also gives you the ability to add just the subtlest hint of snark or sarcasm. Sorry, Edwin was saying that, for those of you who don't know, Edwin does, you know, voice acting professionally. We're really blessed to have a lot of really cool voice actors that just come by here. Sorry, just having a little moment there. But Edwin was saying that some of the best AI characters are voiced by actual people, because you've got to find that edge between logic and complete and utter emotional breakdown. Yes. It's like the first time in Mass Effect where you hear Edie just do a little bit of a snark, and you're like, I heard that. You know, GLaDOS is... if you can cast your mind back to, like, the first time you played Portal, GLaDOS's initial, like, cold, calculated automation that grows into, like, sadistic cynicism and eventually murderous intent is brilliant. But you'll also notice, like Wheatley and, like, other cores just having straight-up standard performance. Oh, so good. Sorry, Edwin says, well, I flap my mouth jowls and sometimes people pay me for it. But no, like, I don't want to seem as if I'm saying that you should work for exposure. That's the secret to victory. No. But I am saying that, like, getting experience in the place is something that can only be done by doing, right? And there aren't that many paid roles in the space anyway. You know, the gap between AAA and everyone else is fucking massive. And there are some games out there that would benefit from some decent voices. Or even some semi-decent voices. Like, again, I hate that I keep forgetting the name about the cute robots who are dating. Oh god, I always forget that one. Oh, balls. And the other problem when you have 3,000 games in your fucking library. But that one was a fascinating title, but it had so much text on screen that it really could have done with like a proper voice cast on that one. Edwin was saying they did a lot of free work at the beginning of their career, cut their teeth on a lot of Newgrounds animations, games before they got their first proper role, which was Dust and Elysian Tale. God, it's... You know how some games are always buried into your head as the new thing? In my head, in my heart, Dust and Elysian Tale is still the new Metroidvania. I don't know why, it just is. Yeah. Like, a lot of the time, video game teams don't have the time and the resources to properly coach or properly direct. So, for a lot of voice acting, you just got to be able to fucking handle it, you know? I've been super lucky because, I mean, the only thing I'd say I've done with any great length was Dread X3. And I'm passable in that, but the reason I'm passable and not fucking terrible is because Leo was very, very good and was basically acting as, you know, voice direction. Nah, Legend Dust is older than that. Dust was games for Xbox. Was an Xbox Live Arcade title. Yeah, so Air Dragon, that is something that may come into play. Air Dragon was adding that with AI voice stuff in the ilk, we may see government involvement step in. Because Air Dragon was saying there's some scary stuff that's been attempted in the, you know, the financial security sphere. Yeah. But anyway, sorry friends, I apologise, I'm going to try and steer it back away from the darkness. It's just, this is another good time to have hope, alright? And one thing that is very interesting is that, again, we're seeing a lot of very, very... People's receptions to AI are basically meh through to go fuck yourself. And it is really interesting to see how even like low-level negative responses, like, I don't know if it's this weekend or next because life happens so much, but Global Game Jam is happening. And if you're unfamiliar, so Global Game Jam has a physical component to it. Like, if there's one going on in your city or your town, you actually go to physically a place to game jam it out. I don't know if they're still doing teams from home or what have you. Again, life has been throwing a lot at me. I haven't had a chance to research it. But basically each location does a poster. And there's a lot of AI-generated art posters. And people are commenting. People are uncomfortable with this. You know? And the interesting thing is that it's because there's no such thing as like art in a vacuum, that it isn't necessarily like, there are ways to put these tools together in such a way that doesn't just like wholesale steal from people. But it's already reaching a point where people are against it, where people are actively looking for it and finding them uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like, there's a visceral reaction from users, and that's not something that can be intellectually argued one way or t'other. Do you know what I mean? Well, so Favor 6, one of my favourite variations on that one is, I have finished my book, The Torment Nexus, a cautionary tale about technology gone awry. We, tech company, are proud to announce we have brought the beloved Torment Nexus to life. I love the Torment Nexus. Oh, and Zeph, Watto, and welcome. Well, and Crux, with stuff like that, those kinds of like Miltech deals are done all the fucking time. It's not something that may necessarily mean anything. And Shaunerus, thank you for the proper quote, which is, we, the tech companies, are proud to announce we've created the Torment Nexus from the hit book, Please Don't Create the Torment Nexus. Oh. I'm sorry, friends. I keep saying I'm going to try and bring it on to the positives, and then I don't. So let's get started with the game, because this game is fucking gorgeous. And is a brilliant example of the kind of stuff that you could not just generate. You know? We've done a lot. Well, I've been hoping that I can do a lot. Or at least do more this year to set us up for success, you know what I mean? I've been trying to find more games that are made by one or two
There once was a king who was only 12 inches tall. He was a lousy leader, but a great ruler.
PVS, thank you for the bits. Hoffers, I did catch the speedrun done by a dog, and that is the reason we started late today, because, like, I don't compare...
Yes, let's play. A game, William.
I want to play a game. Alright, well, I've got Steam. Got games on the phone. No, I think you're missing what I'm trying to... Alright, no, cool. This is actually a rad game. Wow, God, where's my brain at? Oh, yeah, just one of the other things that I've been wanting to do this year is to try and highlight creative games put together by little teams, just to show, like, there really isn't the barrier to entry with this kind of thing that you may feel there is. Because Earthman Dave and, like, Moose, like, I understand, like, both sides of that. It can feel so daunting to create, right? Like, it can absolutely feel like the world is against you to even pick up that pencil in the first place. And I feel a lot of that does come from the expectation.
I think my clock was hungry. It took my food and just went back 4 seconds.
You're not just out to hurt me today. You're not just out to hurt me today. That's fine. That's fine. I thought I'd been a decent host. I thought I'd been good at my job, but apparently I deserve this. Fucking terrors. But no. I've talked about this with friends so many times that there's a lot of things about the things I was exposed to artistically growing up that I'm really grateful for and I'm really happy about. But one of the things I'm really resentful for is the concept of the rock star, the superstar. Like, and this is not a hatred on any of them, but looking at things now, I do kind of resent having, you know, as a kid, seeing footage of that gigantic Queen gig, of that huge stadium, or, you know, that ridiculous that ridiculous helicopter shot of Slash from Guns N' Roses just fucking shredding. You know, I really resent that. And the reason being is that for those of us that grew up through the 90s, we were exposed to the concept of these superstars, these people who are just better.
Look, we shouldn't be interrupting Will every few seconds with text-to-speech messages when he's trying to make a point or just play the video game.
Listen, Linda. I can't be mad because you are literally keeping me alive. Why are you like this? Fucking Erriman, Crux, PVS, all of you. Thank you. Despite me gnashing my teeth over here, I am very grateful. And you know I fucking love you.
Loud noises go choo-choo.
Fucking... Ah! Fucking terrors! It's never been more apt for my dumbass to be on the front of that train getting splattered. Fucking... Thank you. Fucking terrors.
For the love of Talos, let us speak.
Fuck you guys. Oh, I'm trying to make a point here! Oh, I said I was going to quit drinking this week, and yet here we are. Fucking terrors. But, thank you.
Yeah, I'll let our cult leader have a few words.
It's not a cult! You absolute gaggle of gremlins! You absolute fucking terrors. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Sorry. Seriously, that is $10 to keeping us, like, alive and functioning, so I'm very grateful. But also, fuck you guys.
Who see this, who see that, no matter what, Ceiling as he is watching you on the train.
Wonder why I drink. Fucking hell. This train is continuing despite...
Listen, Karen, we would let him speak, but someone keeps interrupting.
Fuck's sake. I mean, okay. Seriously. Thank you. And thankfully this splash screen is gorgeous, so that's a good start at least.
I believe the correct term is murder of crows.
Is that how I should describe you lot? My own little flock of crows? That feels like a term of endearment. Now look here, my little flock of crows. That's a really good, like, gender-neutral compliment. I like that. And Seth, that's 1,000. Friends, I didn't expect to see anything from you. I'm amazed any of you even came out to hang out. So
knock knock.
Thank you.
Who's there? Interrupting train. Interrupting train choo choo.
I like trains. Fucking hell. No, I'm serious. I thought you'd all be over at AGDQ today, and I knew I wouldn't be able to compete with a speed-running dog. So not only am I amazed any of you lot want to come hang out, I'm extremely grateful. I mean, friends, you know by now, this is what...
Yowl is trying to talk, guys.
Ah! Thank you. the cognitive dissonance about being extremely grateful for the fact that you lot are basically, you know, throwing tips on a day where I expected zilch, zero, zit, nada, with just...
Good morning, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Saviour Trainasi?
It's all fun and games for the pirate crew. They get to, they wind you up. Like, they wind you up something fierce every Friday, and then I have to deal with all you and your ussies for the next week and change.
Like a train, like a train, like a train.
It's my favourite Yakuza game. And Fearless, thank you. Right, and Air Dragon, you're doing your darndest to keep the pint glass fed, and I respect that.
I'm sorry. It's not you, it's Susie.
Puns. Let's play a game! The longship went bleh.
Also, I feel this is required, like a hardly know her.
Fuck. Of course, like, Ehrman, now I'm not going to be able to unhear that every time we talk about this game. Laika, I hardly know her! Yeah, no, PBS, you are playing a game. And this has been well documented. The longship, what the longship does, and what I do are very separate. Well, but again, the juxtaposition of wanting to yell at you all and also being very grateful is extremely strange. I hope you know this. But, like, all of you, thank you, okay?
The music for 3 of the 4 operas written by the youthful composer George Friedrich Handel between 1703 and 1706, when he lived in the German city of Hamburg, is lost apart from a few orchestral fragments. Only the first, Almira, has survived This is why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have nice things. So Jackie, thank you for how many months is that? 34, bloody hell. And a tier 2. That is a lot of money. I'm extremely grateful, alright? That is a fascinating fact. I know diddly squat about, you know, the history of opera, so that's fascinating. Now I'm just waiting for whatever heinous follow-up you have prepared. And Toebox, no one has...
I like trains.
Deus, thank you, friend. I hope you're doing splendid. This lot is messing with me something fierce, and I can't be mad because I'm obvious reasons. Yes, Earthman Dave, that is the shorthand for what is happening right now. I'm sure I had some great and well thought out point I was going to make before we got started. But thankfully the music's gorgeous. Alright, we have a minute left on the clock. Ah yes, I was talking about rock stars. Oh, actually, this isn't a cult, but the Cult of the Lamb certainly is, and they just released the fucking DLC. So if you played through Cult of the Lamb and wished that your little cultists could bump uglies, That's now DLC. Yeah, no, Durry. This track is a banger, and I have a feeling this game is going to be rife with the good and the mournful. Hut, is it free? Is it free DLC? Oh yes, I was talking about hating Guns N' Roses. No, Cult of the Lamb Sinful Pack is $5. Look, Jackie, you put in loads, friend, so do not worry.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Out of nowhere, the train is extended with a folding chair by an anonymous ghost. I feel like I just got it whipped at me by a fucking poltergeist.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Whoever this anonymous hunter of Housecarl is, they've managed to get Flash Zappin' Mechbrain, Gaudy Glasgow, CMC Passerby, Zero Katanum, and Volumina.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Volumina. Whoever that was, thank you. The clock has been reset.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yes, so Fable 6, the guy behind Cult Simulator is a piece of shit. And is unfortunately
Stop that incessant clicking.
the follow-up game they made is incredibly unique. So that one's definitely going on the Hatsune Miku train.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Another spooky ghost has unleashed another 5. Tagging a Maple Mystery, Wordslinger,
Stop that
that's a good name,
incessant clicking.
Dark Lord of the Universe, Nautical Fury, and Obi-Wan. That one always gets me.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Ziff, I think it's one of those things where so long as we acknowledge that, yeah, Alexis is a
Stop that incessant clicking.
turgid ball bag shaped like a human being, so long as we can acknowledge that, like, you know, it's the old less than 1% is Randy
Stop
Pitchford.
that incessant clicking.
Oh, you know, but Fallen London's incredible. Fallen London, Sunless Seas, Sunless Skies. We haven't had the chance to do Mark of the Rose yet, the Fallen London visual novel. And actually, Fable 6, I did know that. Though you might have been the one that told me that. Unless I mistook a joke for a fact, in which case I am a gullible fool. But this is still going. Friends, the train has gone past 5. We are continuing. Yeah, Zeph,
Banter online. Sensors online.
Scotty!
All systems nominal.
What hope? Hope everyone is well. Here's to another 44 months.
Well, Scotty, the longship has been winding me up something fierce, and I definitely drank too much last night. But I am doing good, and I got to have a nice late start because I didn't want to compete with a speedrunning dog. Yes, there was a dog as one of the speedrunners for AGQ this year. That was earlier today. And if you check Videodrome, the link to the VOD should be in there, in case you need to watch a speedrunning dog. Why would you not wanna? There's no rule that says speedrunners can't be dogs.
Buys train ticket. Where we all going?
Scotty, I don't know, but we're going there. And like Scotty and everybody, for as much as you'll fuck with me for like what, 15 minutes? I'm extremely grateful. All right. just in case anybody is new here, like, bits, donations, subs, the whole shebang, it all goes to
Stop that incessant clicking.
paying our rent and feeding the animals, like, first and foremost. So when I say thank you, I really do fucking mean it, alright? Whoever this spooky ghost is operating from the shadows, they know what they're about. They know what they're about. I know they can hear me. Fucking ghosts. They get a Ouija board, mess with yous. And yes, Zeph, the Guinea Masters must be fed. Actually, on that news, the stream formerly known as Guinea Pig Nation, now Guinea Pig Corner, because they're in a corner, will be returning. You will be able to have teeny tiny little nuggies in your life. Dustin, you're all good. You're all good. I hope it was a decent nap. I am desperate to try and get my sleep pattern back under control, as it's not.
First round is on me when we get there.
Fuck! Fucking hell, Scotty! What the Scotty, thank you! Holy shit! No, seriously, thank you.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, our four
What are
reptilian
you not like?
have overcome the Arc Villain Shredder.
Yeti, thank you as well. Nice to get Dave Ryu, Kesorvus, Lazy Slayer, Avarian Trist, and Natatoot. No, seriously, Scotty, it's a fucking massive donation. Thank you. Like, that's a big old chunk of a food bill right there, you know what I mean?
Hey, can you help me fix my car? The engine won't turn over. It just goes v v v v v v v v v v v v v v v v v v v and then v v v v v v v v v v v.
Fucking proud of yourself on that one, Deus. God. And for today's stream, tonal whiplash. Fucking hell. Thank you. Thank you. Still 3 minutes on the train. Holy fuck. I feel we should also get a number of how long the trains last afterwards, is that?
Corgo for Corgo for Corgo
For Corgo!
for Corgo for Corgo for Corgo for Corgo for.
The honourable battle cry of House Order. For Corgo! Forever train. Well, I would... The train continues for as long as you'll decide that it does. Alright. And again, it really helps that...
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, our four reptilian heroes.
Why are you not
The
like?
Arc Villain Shredder.
This is what I get for trying to make a heartfelt point. Crux, thank you kindly. You managed to get the Groovin Gamer, D's Dubs, Lustrum, Guns Ablazin, and Meet the Boy. Like as an introduction or just as a food type? They both work. For Corgo, the wholesome cousin to For Loco. Oh shit!
This is the train that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friend.
I'm so sorry, I don't mean to yell in your ears there. Fuck! What is happening? You know what? I told Fiona today was going to be quiet. I told him. I was like, AGDQ's coming out. There'll probably be only a couple of people, but feck it. I think my exact words were, you know, every penny that we have is a penny we didn't have at the beginning of the day.
Corgo for Corgo for Corgo for
For
Corgo
Corgo!
for Corgo for Corgo for.
Am I being successful at streaming? Because I don't know what I did to deserve this. I don't know what I did to deserve all of you lot. But here the fuck we are. Holy shit. Like, Zeph, Scotty, all of you. Fucking thank you. Iron Imp, welcome to the fucking train. Can't be saying nice things about me.
Hello, this is DoorDash. I have a number 4 with tonal whiplash for a billion undergrad.
Vivius, thank you. Arg. Ishkar, I have no natural defenses against people saying nice things. And Favor 6, you are correct though. Like, and I don't know what I did to deserve you lot. But you are
Fire the cannon.
Fire the Corgo cannon! You're just having fun over there. But I cannot say thank you enough to you all. Alright? Like, you are right. There are people with squads 10 times our size that aren't even they aren't even an iota as powerful as you lot. I don't know what I do to deserve you lot. I will continue trying to do it to the best of my ability, and you lot are fucking awesome. Thank you. In these, the hardest of times, for some reason you lot have basically adopted me as like your weird, unhinged second screen Tamagotchi. I'm very grateful.
Corgo for Corgo
for Corgo!
Corgo for 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 Corgo.
Is the Corgo artillery cannon operated by Corgis, or is it one that launches as Corgo munition? I think I'm happier if I never know the answer to that question. Whoa, Air Dragon, I am glad. I know sometimes I am very funny and sometimes I am funny looking. Okay, and alright, so the official canon is that it's Corgis firing different Corgis. But fucking hell, you lot. Thank you. Seriously. Funny is funny. Fuck. I will get Fiona to confirm that I did say I thought today was going to be absolutely silent. Oh, fucking hell.
Level 9?
Level 9? Fucking hell. Yeah, just a casual level 9 train on a Tuesday. No big deal. Crux, thank you fucking kindly. I don't know why sometimes he reads out the Corgis and sometimes he doesn't. I don't know. For some reason, 4 Corgo is his battle cry. Not 9 Corgo, but 4 Corgo. It's... Nine Corgo is right out. Accounting to the number of Corgis shall be 4. 5 Corgis is too much. 2 Corgis, not really there. Fucking hell. Okay, once the train has concluded, I am going to go have a little sob in the toilets, and then we can start playing some Laika. How am I supposed to make clever points? How am I supposed to make clever big points? How am I supposed to smart think people could like? These things happen, I realise I tend to swear at you all a lot. It's not really what I should be saying. What I should be saying is thank you. Five Corgo is right out. Ed Dragon, thank you. House Order just like testing the elements here. For science! $169, nice. Thank you, sorry. True, Phil, it's true. I respond to a lot of things with swearing. Genuine signs of affection. Children in the supermarket. God, I can't even think smart, funny stuff. COYOTE. Fuck. Thank you. Alright. Just to restate, I am fully aware of how powerful you lot are. How people with spheres 10 times our size don't have even a snifter of the level of support. Whatever it is that I do, that makes you choose to put your time and cash into keeping this corner of the internet upright, I promise I will try and do it as much as I physically can, because I'm so grateful, friends. I am so grateful. And I hope I say that enough. Alright? I fucking love doing this. I love the fact that I get to be your person in the chair. And I know I've said that one a lot, but it's still true. As of April, the Longship would have been a 6-year operation. Eat shit, Stadia. You popped up and died. The Longship outlasted you, Google Enterprise. We're not far off of, outpacing fucking MatPat. Or did he quit? I forget. So to all of you, thank you so fucking much, alright? Holy shit. Holy shit! Thank you, I am. Fucking A, the Longship outlasted Stadia. Alright. I'm gonna go compose myself. And then we will begin this in proper, alright? Just one more, thank you, okay? And if you're not able to stick around, do make sure you add this game to your wish list, because, this game did good, but I do think it got missed through all of the cavalcade of gloriousness from last year.
more go.
Okay. Hello. Oh, Gil, I'm sorry you've been having a hard day, friend. Well, before we get into this, I remember the point I was trying to make. And the point I was trying to make is that there are no such thing as rock stars. It is a myth that was sold to us 1,000 years ago, and is something that should be wholeheartedly ignored. I feel very, very lucky. I feel very, very grateful that the kids that grew up with things like Steven Universe and the ilk, who got shown that it's not about... Art isn't about being a superstar, about being the greatest and best in the world. It's about expression and having fun with it, you know? You don't have to be good at music to play music. You don't have to be great at art. And, you know, sucking at something is the first step to not sucking. Over the weekend, I found out that the Longship actually knew about Lethal Company well before anyone else. Let me see if I can... God, it's been way too long since we played Lethal Company. And the reason being, I should have done more research into it, but the person who made Lethal Company also made The Upturned, which is a game that we streamed. And like, it's absolutely fascinating. The person, because a lot of people have talked about how I believe they're referred to as Zekas, the person behind Lethal Company, had started off as a Roblox developer, but they'd actually made like 3 commercial games before Lethal Company. There was It Steals, which is kind of like a collection of experimental horror first-person concepts. There's Dead Seater, which is like a Resident Evil tank control style pile of nonsense, and then The Upturned, which we played, which is a very cartoony, chaotic comedy game with some high-speed horror stuff. And it's genuinely fascinating to go back through it. Oh yeah, if you haven't seen it, Errant Signal did a really good video on this one. The reason I bring this up is that you don't have to be good at art to make good art. This is this lie that we've been told repeatedly, or at least those of you who are my age and older, that like, you can't draw because you're not a superstar like so-and-so. No. One of my favourite games is called Meat Punks. I think the full version is called Meat Punks Forever. Extreme Meat Punks Forever. I am sure you've all heard of it by this point. And when you look at the actual like gameplay visuals being a blend of like messy ASCII art and like homebrew pixel stuff, like have a look at that. Meat Punks is raw and it is personal. And like, let me give you the pitch for Meat Punks, just in case you haven't heard of it, because I know a lot of you have. But the pitch is a serial visual novel mech brawler about 4 gay disasters beating up neo-Nazis and giant robots made of meat. Get ready for the worst road trip of all time. And yeah, no, Favor 6, Unturned, a great example of a kid just putting together like a chunky, you know, asset pack version of DayZ, and it did gangbusters. Like, there's going to be a lot of a discussion around this as like the AI art argument persists throughout the year, and one of those that comes up a lot is like, well, it removes the barrier to entry. And it's like, no, it reinforces the idea that you couldn't, but you can. No, you cannot. You could not draw Junji Ito's Uzumaki today. Sadly, you know, the works of Monet and good old Banksy might be out of your wheelhouse, but right now, there is no one who can draw you better than you, if you know what I mean. There is no one that can create in the style of you better. That's what I wanted to say. We see it a lot in video games, perhaps more than we get to see in other mediums. You know? But no, it hasn't. That's the thing we've got to keep reminding ourselves. It hasn't reduced the barrier to entry. All it has done in that regard is make commercial works, make commodities easier to produce for uncurious and uninterested bastards. You know? And here's the thing, our good friend Star Saint Germain, like, they made an entire title that utilized generative AI. They fucking trained that shit themselves. They got the data set. They got that thing chugging along. Fascinating, alright? But that's not what a lot of these big bastards are talking about. That's not what Square Enix is patting itself on the back of right now. They're patting themselves on the back because they fucking... they're using Mind Journey to make in-game assets. Like, fuck off. Yeah, well, and Favor 6, that's the thing. It's like, Unturned wasn't an asset flip. It did use a lot of stock assets, but it put them together in a way that was genuinely searching for something. Like, and I haven't actually checked in to see what that dev is doing, but like... So yeah, that was the point I wanted to close out on. There's nothing stopping you. Well, yes, and also Corridor Digital has been selling courses on how to rip off other people's stuff using AI, so they don't get a pat on the back for that. They don't get a pat on the back for that one. But it is a good point that it can be done. But again, you still need to create in your own way. Yeah, no, caffeine. That's not pointed at you, friend. I just wanted to mention that. The whole point of that rock, paper, scissors anime, where they basically just, you know, gobbled up all of Vampire Hunter D and then spat it out. The whole point of that is it's an advert for their online courses. You know. Anyway, the point of this is not to say anything more than you can do it. Like, and if you choose to, you can. But Dreamer, I'm so glad this is a lovely menu because we've been here for almost an hour. Alright, but I mean it now. And to future Skadi, I'm sorry for how much Fappomancer you've had to zip through to find this this mock. It is time for us to begin Laika Age Through Blood. This is a Motorvania, and it is gorgeous. So, yeah, let's fucking do this. Yeah, thankfully, Zeth, there's a cooldown. Hey, Gil, you said you were having a hard day. I thought I'd bring some love in. If you want to turn your rage, remember, rage clouds the judgment of the fighter. You must be at one, lest the pad snappage begin. Alright. Let's get this started. God, this game's pretty. Actually, am I a fox or am I a coyote in this one? I'm not sure. It was Master Splinter that said anger clouds the mind, and he was fucking right. And he raised 3 teenagers in a sewer, which I can't imagine a fate worse. In a time before internet, he had to raise 3 teenagers in a sewer. Whoa, I say 3 teenagers because Leonardo he grew up fast. Where all was lost. Poppy's like, Mom, oh, it's like Amos. Alright, Poppy, don't cry, oh god, the bird's crucified Cousin Poochie with his own guts. Fuck it, alright! Opening gambit, let's go! It's like, honey, that can't. Uncle Jacob told me Poochie's tummy was all open. What the fuck? It's just a happy game. It's just a happy game about dags. Is your uncle still with you? He just left. Oh, with your revolver. Alright, go to Granny's. I'll be back soon. PVS, apparently that's what we're serving today, is fucking total whiplash. Fucking wee! I can't do sick tricks yet. Balance your bike with left stick. Back and wee! Haha! All that trials practice is paying off. This actually does handle just like trials. I'm sure that's going to come in handy later. Bobby's like, okay, that's Grandma saying that they're looking after the pup, and it's time for us. I think I ran something over. You know what, Gil? That's another very good one of Splinter's quotes. Seek victory, not fairness. I mean, he's a ninja. And yep, that sure is a guy who's been tied up by his guts. Just found Poochie. Friends, Poochie's not coming back. Is it true? You don't want to know. Alright, and Jacob is walkies off. Not a sign. Like, bring him down? Fuck.
I think Poochie died on the way to his home planet.
No, numbers. That's what we're telling everybody. Poochie's fine. Poochie just went home. Hold X to drift and change the direction of your bike. Oh no! So if you eat shit and crash on the ground, you just die. Alright, checkpoints. Reappear if you die. Yeah, so I basically just ate shit landing there. Braking. The nerds. The elder says, your mother told me, come back now. Jacob needs me. The elder says, count him dead. We can't anger the birds. So basically, we're going to try and find Jacob, who took our gun, who is going to start a fight with, you know, just a bunch of fascist birds. Braking is time you could be spending accelerating. Sorry, I've got to get the. You gotta bust a wheelie to head up on these. Whee! Jacob said something about barbed wire. There must be the military area, okay. I'm kind of hoping this doesn't end up like Lisa the Painful Farthing Wood, you know what I'm saying? Okay, PBS, have a lovely rest of your evening. Gil, you'll be 40 this year. Fucking yo. I got 1 year to catch you up. I'll be 39 this year. Numbers, I'm really hoping like some open world driving for the next Final Fantasy would be awesome. Sorry, for the next part of 7, I should say. Right, entering the military camp, it is extremely quiet. That is never a good sign, is it? And a trail of blood. A lot of blood. Jacobs or the birds? Either way, not good. Also, we're getting splatted. Oh yeah, Iron, you beat me there. Quasi's hitting 42 this year. That's the answer. As is Fearless. Also, your little character gets splattered with blood depending on like what's going down. Oh, gods. Seriously, friends, I cannot state how much this plays exactly like Trials. That's a lot of dead birds. fairness, I did not check to see if this game has that Letha the Painful vibe. I saw the gorgeous animation and gameplay and was like, oh, this is cool. Alright, Puppy has something to tell us. Aw, puppies are good, those wretched birds, mommy. Fuck yeah. Alright, stop messing with their heads. Birthday buddies! Birthday buddies. We've got a bunch of birthday buddies. Okay, block bullets. You can block bullets with your bike. That's cool. Super birthday buddies will continue after these gunshots. Woo! Oh fuck! This is gonna take some. It's gonna take some learning. Eat shit, birds. Woo. Okay, I can't currently hit birds in the face. No, Amos is fine. Fiona has had the audacity to leave the house without him. So he's the saddest boy in the world. Woo! This game's spicy. Reflect bullets. Press X when you're about. Ha! Alright, do a 360 front flip to charge your ability to reflect bullets. Okay. It has to be a front flip. It does have to be a front flip. Oh, and I have to get the timing just right. Yeah, sorry friends, this is excellent, but now the trail of blood leads to a bunker. Jacob's there, sadly. Combining basically like platforming, shooty gun bang and trails controls does mean that I'll have to remember to take more banter breaks for talking with you all so I don't get too absorbed, but this game is fucking good. This Jacob guy has killed a lot of birds. I'm not gonna lie. Dagnammit. Yep. It's just a game about ponies. Interestingly, it looks like we basically have two, I don't want to say restart points, but like soul drop areas. Amos, you're okay, buddy. You're okay. What do you need? Sorry, bear with me a second, friends. Seems hot-headed Jacob. Sorry, bear with me a second. I might have to go be fucking dog dad. Yes, I know. It's so hard being Amos. It's so hard. It's... Hello. Are you lonely? Or do you need something? Do you need something? Do you want to come say hello? Alright. Friends. I am so sorry. I need to just get the wee bubby out. I'm so sorry. Alright, I'll be back with you all in just a second. I do apologise for this. Okay, friends, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But now we can get to the meat of it. So by the looks of things, after the birds did the horrible, Jacob must have just snapped, grabbed our pistol, and has just gone ballistic. I'm glad the soundtrack's real nice. Jacob's like, I got Poochie killed. If I'd kept an eye on him, he'd never have gotten out of the village. You're dying. Ooh. I don't want to read that out. No, I just did. He was crying, and I just didn't want to deal with a lake of piss. Yeah, Zeph, this game is not pulling any punches. It says, let's go, I want you to die at home. They built a war machine. Like 100 hungry beaks. It'll kill our people, Laika. Where is it? All the way down. You may want to give me something back. And turn on your walkie for fuck's sake. Quest updated. Rage and sorrow. Killed 100 hungry beaks. So we're going straight down. And you're right, Legend. Lake and Piss is a very, very good band name. So we don't have a limit on bullets. Alright, so backflips get you more bullet time. Front flips get you more reflections. Alright, I can make this work. Oh yeah, no. So one of the hard things about doing this as a show has been that one of the hard things about doing this as a show is talking a lot about indie games and their power, but sometimes especially with things like Lisa the Painful or other titles that are so impactful like that, knowing that you need to talk about them and show them to people, but try to make sure that everybody's in a headspace where they can heckin' handle it, you know? So yeah, so it's backflip to reload. Front flip to... I can do this. I got this. I know what I'm about. Yeah. Because that's the thing is, Lisa the Painful is a powerful game. I can't remember if they've released the updated version yet. Just trying to remember. chests with minerals to get cryptid items. I biffed it. Again, friends, the controls of this is so good, but I am definitely having to focus. But, sorry, with Lisa the Painful, it's so hard to explain why people should play it without feeling like you're either detracting them or I don't know, hoodwinking them into something they may not be prepared for. You know, we talked a lot about this when it comes to horror and how it's really hard because some of the best horror is subversive, right? And before you ask, yes, I am mining rocks with a handgun. This game has everything. But no, the most powerful kinds of horror are the ones where it's able to surprise you and subvert your expectations. But that can put people into a place they may not have signed up for. Oh. Kill the hungry bird's beak at the depths of the bunker. So we need to go down. Not currently, Fearless. Fearless was asking if I can crush enemies by landing up. Not currently. I have to do essentially a fucking hell. I have to do a well-timed ricochet. If I want to bust some heads, I have to reflect their bullets back at them. Also, we do seem to be collecting guts, and I don't know if that's like our currency or what have you. It's slightly worrying. Bugger. But I gotta time shit just right. You know, Bacon, it feels very similar to that. You know, for lack of a... Yeah, for lack of a better term. It's Excitebike, it's... Well, I guess, like... Fucking what is... what is Trials if not like hyper-competitive Excitebike, right? I mean, our little character is very squirrely. No pun intended. And the control scheme slaps. I just have to actually pay attention. You know what I mean? I can't just fucking wing it. But yeah, and I know that's kind of like my mini speech from earlier. Just video games as a medium is so fascinating, and I love that our whole medium exists at the intersection between like beans, technology and art. This gorgeous hand-drawn style. Darn it! That this gorgeous hand-drawn style can exist with a gameplay system that's so... God, it's got so much technical mastery to it. Like, we've talked a lot about how, like, studios should look to emulate, like, Supergiant. And this feels like somebody that actually went there, you know? Oh! And you can juggle their corpses. Oh! They can shoot through that. Alright. We have learnt. Spoiler, we have not learnt. Interesting. Oh! That's fascinating. So you can continue to fire even if you fall off your bike? God damn, this game is fun. And probably extremely dark and messed up, but... Oh, beans. No, we're okay. We're okay, don't worry about it. It is going to take a little bit of time to get used to a few of the quirks and the controls in this. The elder says, "Tell me you're coming back." So Jacob found a war machine. Gotta take it down first. Also, there's nothing in this game that can't be solved with the gun. Oh, beat. And I fell over. And yes, I am hoarding crafting materials, and no, I will not be apologising at this time. Except for I keep missing, and I have to do, like, cheeky little flips to reload. Cheeky Little Flips is, of course, my punk band name. I got canned corn and whiskey, so I know what we're having for dinner. Poorly thought out ideas. Vending machines out, okay. Well, actually, so interestingly, Einem, the Fallout communities is one of those spheres of nerdery that I wouldn't say studied, but I have a pretty solid understanding of. So what lab is this? And it's really interesting that it isn't necessarily that the OG Fallout community is inherently toxic, but it's a great example of a group of individuals that were left and then dissed and dismissed by the new, I'm going to say regime, but fucking hell. But I studied No Mutants Allowed, the forum, 1,000 years ago. So this is a sphere I actually have some community management knowledge about. Fuck! Alright, I've got to... Here's the thing, I've actually got to pay attention in this game, which is wild. No! Dang it! Hold that thought. We'll talk about No Mutants Allowed in just a second. There we go. So the way it works is, in Soulsian games, you know how you kind of have your embers left? You have 2 bags that you can go and pick up.
All we need is Mark Hamill for some voice work, a biker band for a soundtrack, and we would have a furry version of Full Throttle.
Yep. I mean, Bacon... Like, honestly... This game slaps, and... Like... If it had a full voice cast... It would be just... If it had a full voice cast, that would just take it from 0 to 1,000, you know what I mean? Alright, Gil, fight well, to be continued. Darn it! It's really hard to keep track of where you are. Like, in the grand scheme of this game, it is very tricky. I couldn't reflecty there. Hang on. Let me take a breath and a beat, because I was kind of scratching on No Mutants Allowed, and honestly, I need a second. Oh, this game is good. So No Mutants Allowed, if you haven't heard of it, is an internet forum dedicated to Fallout fandom and modding that has been going longer than some people that I drink with. It was famously populated by individuals who were very skeptical of Von Braun, which was Interplay's attempt to do a Fallout MMO back when MMOs were new. I don't mean World of Warcraft new, I mean like Ultima Online new. Ultimately, Von Braun came to naught. Interplay licensed out Fallout a bunch of times for like cheap, quick, cheerful games, including the pseudo-sequel to Fallout 2, which was Fallout Tactics, and then Fallout Brotherhood of Steel and some of the others. Brotherhood of Steel was a twin-stick top-down shooter that was bad. Then Interplay went bust, and the Fallout IP sat and languished for a while. And during that time, No Mutants Allowed, as the forums, was basically one of the few kind of like hotbeds of fandom. Then Bethesda announced they were getting they were going to be making a first-person Fallout, and No Mutants Allowed was mixed. They very much felt like they were the ones who should have been almost asked. There was a community that had been keeping the flame alive that felt like they'd basically been overlooked. And they were very vocal about their feelings as to how Bethesda were treating the Fallout IP. So things like, you know, the Brotherhood of Steel being a lot more opening and welcoming, which is something they'd seen in Fallout Tactics that they really disliked. Ironically, I still think that the Brotherhood of Steel from the Capital Wastes is a really good articulation on it, and but that's another story. Anyway, so a lot of people who were very vocal about disliking new Fallout basically found themselves like banned and booted, and essentially all ended up in No Mutants Allowed. So it became this like self-fulfilling prophecy of toxicity. And by which I mean, like, No Mutants Allowed wasn't founded on toxic behavior, but it was the only place where people could go once they had been booted out of the varying places where, you know, Bethesda were posting their stuff. So it essentially became a hive of scum and villainy. And what was really interesting is that when I started working on Total War, we basically inherited our own version, which was called TWC, or Total War Center. And that is where a previous CM had, rather than been dealing with the problems, There we go. How's that for a slice of fried gold? The previous CM, rather than deal with, you know, people who had had concerns and complaints about, what was it? Empire, had just banned everybody in the official forums, and so the only place they had to go was TWC. And so essentially it meant that one of the most popular fan forums for Total War was also their biggest detractors. Keep out. Sure. Ah! I'll get right on that. So Zeph, again, like, from studying online culture, like, 4chan's a horrible place. I don't even know if it still exists. I've not looked it up. It hasn't looked me up. They once did a coordinated attack on me and Craig while we were at PAX, which was the worst. And I still feel guilty to this day, because when we got the call, I slept through it. Like, at events, I have to set very loud, very offensive alarms, and the soft of getting a phone call did not wake me. Did wake Craig. And yeah, he woke up to all our YouTube comments being flooded with people telling these awful stories about myself and Craig. It was not funny, but it is important to remember that 4chan was started as a counter to the big, like, public, more corporate forums of, like, the Planet websites and it gained its user base from and emulated the anonymous bulletin boards of Japan. I think the one out in Japan's like 8chan or I forget. Anyway, sorry, I find the history of this fascinating, but they prided themselves on being kind of like the edgelords, like the anything for the lols, anything's a joke group. So they're toxic and hostile, but toxic and hostile for the lols. 2chan, alright, there we go. I had to remember it. No Mutants Allowed is fascinating because, yeah, it's dedicated around a single video game. The people in No Mutants Allowed came there because of the love of a game, but stayed because they hated it in its newest incarnations. And yeah, I can't remember if they announced it's a total conversion mod or if it's a new game built on top or what have you. But yes, No Mutants Allowed have been producing mods and stuff for feckin' ages. Like, and it's mildly fascinating. No. So INM, like, let's not. No links to No Mutants and no links to, obviously not 4chan, because one, the better mods are available on like places like, you know, ModDB and Nexus and things like that, and like nobody needs that in their life. Alright, whatever they're experimented, they keep it here. Yes, you know what, Fearless? Thank you. That was what I was scratching at, but I got distracted. Is that, as something awful used to be the for the lols of the internet, and as people got banned from there, they moved over to 4chan, which meant it became this, yeah, as you're saying, like a nesting doll of increasingly shitey people. And God, some days I do miss the forum culture of yore, just because I don't miss going to those places. And honestly, aside from Photoshop Friday and a couple of really interesting creative writing pieces, like, something awful has no value, you know what I mean? Which way coming from? Okay, this is fucking cool. Personally, I do think things like Discord are way more superior to forum culture, because there's one other thing that we need to take into account when talking about things like no mute allowed. And it is the ever decreasing circles problem. But hold that for a hot second. Because I've almost gotten. I've got one skull left. There we go. Kill 100 hungry beaks. We have avenged our friend. Alright, the machine's dead. How about you? Jacob's like, not yet. Alright, hang on. Retrace my steps back to you. Okay, so you can't. The only way up is a huge elevator. Alright, find the huge elevator to get back to Jacob. Alright. Alright. So, Austin, that's a very good point. Discord doesn't lead to communities that are small enough to understand, and they allow for eccentricities. But the thing is, Discords grow and shrink depending on how many people are there. It doesn't create any kind of ranking system, because essentially what happens with forums like No Mutants Allowed and TWC and stuff like that is that you have an entrenched group of people that post in, day out, like day in, day out, and their post count and their involvement goes on to create these very, very large digital personalities. New people being introduced are essentially put on a lower class rung than these individuals that have been around for 1,000 years. And most people will ricochet off. Like, even as a forum exists, it will always be decreasing in the number of people that operate in it. And at that point, the emptiness becomes pronounced. Discord's essentially live chat. Like, a jump in Discord can be 5 people or it can be 100 people. But if it goes from 100 people to 5 people, it's okay. If you join a community after it's established, you know, sure, they might have weird, rude names and a strange layout and other stuff, but you're not joining in on... Oh, excuse me. You're not joining in on an impossible, you know... an impossible enclosed community, you know? Who are the most active people in a Discord changes year in, year out. And in my defense, Legend, that was because whenever people think they're clever by pointing out my spelling mistakes, it just makes me dig my heels in. And I'm stubborn. But no, like, the Longship's got loads of weird little quirks, you know, like, what's the difference between Galley Cantina and the Chum Bucket? Stuff like that. But, like, who is and isn't active on a Discord can change, but that doesn't make it feel lost or empty, you know? There are quite a few people from there are quite a few people from back in the day who were like everyday posters on the Longship who aren't there anymore. And that's okay, right? With forum stuff, you can end up with these huge legacies that are nigh on impenetrable for new users. And as you get communities like No Mutants Allowed that become more and more aggressively anti-something, in this case, the new Fallout games, if you're not as anti-Fallout as they are, then you're going to end up ricocheting off. But then you end up with a smaller group of people. And essentially it boils down to the angriest Mother Hubbards. Like, I talked about it the other day, but, you know, BBS forums will always be like a big old tank full of sea monkeys. Unless there is something that contributes to them as part of the experience. So, for example, ARGs, everyone's always trying to solve a puzzle. So, a forum communication in that can work. And anything that involves RP, where the act of posting is in itself playing, those situations a forum can sustain. But you can then also find that anything outside of those spaces, that class system I was talking about starts to pop up, because if someone jumps into a space and starts trying to RP with everybody and they're new, they're likely to get shunned. And again, that ever-decreasing circles effect. Oh, okay. Honestly, like, while it can be weird how streams and discords and things change, it is one of the things that's good about them, you know? The Longship of today is very different than the Longship of, like, the Ket era, or the Longship of, like, Lockdown style. But it's still ours, and you don't need to have been there since day one to be involved. And I love that. You know? Oh no! Well, J-Post, I hope you didn't hurt yourself too badly. Hopefully it's just some impressive bruises. Yeah. Oh no, Dreamer, I detest threads except for in very specific circumstances, because it just ends up being like conversations within conversations. Really hard to moderate. And it's very, very uninclusive, which is weird because Discord's inclusivity is one of the things I love. But we have been using them for... Well, okay, so here's the thing. We've been using them for spoilers on Discord. So if you want to talk about something but you don't want to spoil it for other people, feckin' great, feckin' brilliant. But one thing I did notice that even we had a little bit of a problem with was, like, inside those spoiler threads, like, you get someone who just go off on a really negative rant. And it makes you kind of wonder, like, who's this for? And so then you can have these little pockets of, like, negativity. And, you know, I've had to stop myself from going into some of those and being like, oi, no, the thing that you think is shite is actually awesome, and here's why. And who does that help? That doesn't help anybody. More hungry beaks. Oh, Jesus. Alright, Poochie. So, Red Burning Dragon, are you just asking me if I've feared the old blood? Because I thought you were referencing something earlier. But in my defense, the Longship were doing their thing.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Arch villain Shredder.
J-Post, fucking thank you. Oh, fan of knives. Hey, it's my job to cheer you up, not the other way around. But you did gift a sub to, I don't know who JP Yipper is, but Handlebar Orion, Corius, Bartwi, and Trillion Next. Lovely. And yeah, no, so Fearless, I know that like the Play Friends and stuff use it, but the Play Friends is definitely more of a larger, semi-decentralized kind of community, so threads make a little bit more sense when you've got, you know, thousands of people rather than, I mean, what is it? Longships. The Longships a fair few hundred and quite a lot of active individuals, but we're on more of a person-to-person basis. You know, I can't see it happening, but if suddenly the Longship had hundreds more people in there, we might have to change how we do it. Hot-headed idiot. He got his revenge. Jacob says, I never bought it when you said you could talk to the dead. Hearing is believing. It's unfair to lose you this way. In the end, death puts everybody in the same place. Damn, this game is hitting hard! Crying on this. Maybe we have stumbled into at least the painful. But fuck it, we're in now, and this game is utterly beautiful. I just realised that these mountains, the skeletons of gigantic beasts.
There's nothing else to do, there's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to live for anymore. There's nothing else to do, there's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to live for anymore.
May the spirits graciously welcome you to their domains. Have a good journey now, Brother Jacob. We are humble and peaceful, but the bird's boldness has gone too far. No matter how small we are, we cannot remain idle. From tonight, we're at war. Okay, I don't know who the crazy little one is with the shotgun, but I want to make best friends with him. But we got our little pop. I'm sad to report, friends, that they fixed the door to our apartment so it no longer makes the cutest little ow sound every time you open it. There's little Pop running about. Which one's our house? I guess this one. Austin, again, we don't know. All we know is that the birds are like... The birds are essentially like a militaristic fascist squad. Yeah, simple engaging game mechanics, absolutely. Balancing the different bike abilities really does feel like these bite-sized little puzzles rather than like an out-and-out shooty gunbang. Alright, how's the puppy? Why haven't you brought her with you? She's busy. Bullshit. You're punishing me again. Well, stop messing with her head. Someone must prepare her for the future. She's too young. She's got it. She's like us. I miss my blood. The power of the bike under my thighs. The smell of gunpowder, blessed by the ashes of our kind. In your time, protecting where we used to live was easy. Also, where we used to live is capitalized, like that's the full name of the place. A small gang of thieves, the occasional raging beast, a murder. That's why you need to gear up. Bound a new gun to the howling spirits. What? The gun's magic? Take this blueprint to Zooey the blacksmith. Fuck yeah. Blueprint. Shotgun. Alright, so what about Puppy? We'll see. By the way, just checking. You're carrying candles with you, aren't you? So candles and teleporting. At night, when Mother groans, use wax to craft candles. They allow you to teleport between large bone memorials. Okay. That's heckin' cool. Well, so there seems to be like a shamanistic spiritualism. Sorry, I didn't want to talk over the beautiful music at the beginning, but basically our character, both a mother and warrior, also seems to have the ability to speak with the dead. And it seems that... Oh, little puppy. Oh, where we dream is our house. Alright. You okay, little puppy? Give me your gun. Let's find Poochie's corpse and kill those wretched birds. No. But Mom! I wanna! I mean, ow! Soft owls. Little Fighty. Puppy. Daughter of Laika. Granddaughter of Maya. I hereby name you Poochie's funerary friend. But Mom, that's so cool! What's a funerary friend? A maker of honor wreaths, for instance. Aww. I'll make the best honor wreath ever for Poochie and Uncle Jacob. Don't you make me fucking love this. Alright, I'm not usually a fan of children, but I love animals, I love dogs, puppies especially. Anything happens to this dog, I am going on a one-person fucking rampage. A heart glazed flower. Are you sure? You need the best flowers ever to make the best wreath ever. Of course, how stupid of me. And you visit where our ancestors rest every other day. Go there, get it, I'll do the rest. I'll tell your grandmother you're busy. So find a heart glazed flower where our ancestors rest. Okay. Where we live, where our bikes growl. I love the naming convention of this. It's interesting because it's at once very, very familiar. Alright, but first things first. Nap time. It's at once very, very familiar, but it's wholly unique. Okay. Oh, look, little puppy's missing! Nah, I'm gonna leave him to snooze. Favor6 says, are these human-sized dogs or are they riding doggo-sized bikes? Either way, we're happy. Molly says, Laika, my dear, I've almost finished baking a vase for Jacob's ashes. Alright, great. I'll get it ASAP. Okay, so we need to find our blacksmith friend. And who the fuck are you? Laika! Wanting to spruce up your bags? For sure. Alright. So one viscera sack. Oh, okay. So these are essentially like the number of times we can snuff it before we start losing stuff. So you know, like you have your pile of souls in a Soulsian game. We have 2 of these resource bags, and anything after 2, we start losing them if we don't collect them. Aww. Iron Imp, I think you are very hard on yourself. I would not describe you as one for whom the madness has grabbed. But I know what you mean. I keep telling my Sammy, do as your friend Poochie, and I'm darn certain you'll end up like him. Fucking hell. Like, I didn't want to read it out, but like, Poochie did not go out good. My dearest friend, is there anything you need from the shop? What have we got? Oh, yes. I will definitely take some coffee. And you know what, we'll take a little bit of this. A couple of pings of red garlic. Got some onion already. Yeah, bone onion, equally ominous and terrifying. Kind of making me hungry. I won't lie. Like I could try some of that. My mother says you can forge the shotgun for me. Smashing! But not with the crappy materials you get around here. The elder said, no one's leaving the village except you, soldier. All right, I'll get you the stuff. Anything else you need from the forge? Okay, craft the shotgun. Okay, so the crossbow, we need more wood. And to upgrade the pistol, we need more metal and refined metal. And to make a shotgun, we need recycled scraps, bones, and some rusty springs. I'm a little bit worried that viscera is our main resources, but we'll make it work. Okay. Petey, a deadly storm is coming! We're doomed! Austin says, I'm intrigued by this premise, helping explain why the NPCs are staying home. Yes. Well, because the Elder has declared war on the birds, and we're basically like a shaman motorbike warrior hero. There is a traitor amongst us! Alfredo screams at the sky. Oh no, not that again. I know who the traitor is! It's me! Now, how can I get myself to spill the beans? You're not the traitor, Alfredo. How do you know? I interrogated you and you said you weren't. Oh, alright then I'm not. I'm a man of my word! Alfredo, buddy. The sea will return and swallow us up like an ancient god. We're doomed! I love this. So are Jacob's ashes ready? Sure. Just put them in the vase. Jacob, you hot-headed idiot. You just waited. It's sad that Poochie can't rest with his dad where our ancestors rest. When it came back to the place where they hung him, the body was gone. Childress, I do think Alfredo is some kind of like chinchilla mix. So we're going to drive out to where our ancestors rest. Where our rules are made. So, war it is. No, not yet. Where we live is still uncharted territory. It'll take birds a while to find us. But what about I saw in their laboratory? It can only mean they're getting stronger, or we're getting weaker by the day. Maybe. Now please leave me. I need time to think. May I insist on the by the day bit? Call you when I've reached a conclusion, says the elder. Oh, jeez. Alright. Where we forget. Oh, wow. That's the bar's called Where We Forget. Oh, fuck off, Herman. Herman's like, we could have made a deal with the birds. Elder should listen to me. I'm a good negotiator. I know how birds' minds work, don't I? I'm going to end up shooting you in the face. I know this. Try me, Herman. I'll break your face. So, what will we be disappointed with today? I'll say everything. Safe bet. So, basically the village is not happy with the fact that we're about to go toe-to-toe with the birds. That's fair. Okay. Choose the weapons you've got and what to take. Actually, I wonder if I can cook at home. We should wake up the puppy up before we leave. But I can see how this game isn't everybody's cup of tea, and I do respect that. But one thing that has struck me about this is we've talked a lot about how, you know, one could emulate the style. Alright, did you find the flower? Alright, I'm on it. Oh, they're just gonna snooze the day away. Jammy fuck. Sorry, we've talked a lot about how, like, emulating the way in which Supergiant make their games is a very viable strategy. And here we are legitimately looking at that. Everything about this seems to fit. There's this blend of, like, I don't know, all of the styles that make up this little tribe. I can point to little bits of it, and you can trace where the inspirations come from, but they all seem to fit together so well. You know, it feels like a fully fleshed out culture, a little world unto itself. You are covered in a lot of bugs. Hey, Laika! Oh boy, I love these bugs. Congratulations, you are. My brother knows his bugs better than anyone, but I miss him. Itch. Jesus. Alright. Looking at that dog makes me want to take a flea bath. So no active upgrades. So I guess it's a cooking system. It might not be too dissimilar from Dismantle in that you can cook repeatedly, but the first time you cook a dish, it gives you like a more of a permanent upgrade. Known character traits. Bugs. Where Shanza tinkers. Hey, how are you hot? Oh, the fuck is Shanza? Pebble's like, why do children have to? And Pebble. Let's get on the road. I think that's. See what we can collect resources wise. Where our bikes growl. Hey, Inno! You finished distributing Jacob's things. Except for this one item on his last will. As for my tape collection, I give it to Laika. Nobody needs music more than she does. Oh, thanks. I know everybody hates Holly these days, but musically, she's so very fucking brilliant. Used to wander the wasteland looking for abandoned boomboxes. Hot-headed idiot even shot them if the lid was jammed just to get the tapes. Classic Jacob. It's sad his collection won't get any bigger. But it will. Oh, and sorry, apologies if I didn't say a proper hello when you came on in. Yeah, we're playing Laika, Aged in Blood. And it is utterly gorgeous. Blood beans. Well, hello, you waker! See, I would have voiced this character for like 50p in a bag of skips. Excuse me, we met? Yeah, just now. I am Renato, explorer and magician. Magician as in, I can use my power to create flat, miniature versions of the world with just a pencil and some paper. You mean like maps? No, absolutely not. But yeah. If you have a map, I can fill it in with crucial information in the area surrounding us. For free? Of course! How can you? Yes, no, for a price, you wanker. Fill the map for 25 viscera? Sure. Now it'll be easier for you to find your place in the world. Or not, sure, yeah, who cares? I got paid, I don't give a fuck. So this is where our bikes are found, where our bikes growl. We've got a couple of areas we can't get into yet. But then down there is to where the waves die. We have to head that way just yet, but... Yeah, so sorry, this game is gorgeous, and it basically plays like either Excitebike or Trials, depending on your classification. But alright. Get effect. Sorry, my little brain went, my little brain went fucking a million miles away. Kai, who did this to you? Well, I got this gash playing the bar. My bar. Then birds burnt the place down. My bar. COYOTE here got my ass out the debris. My bar. I learned how to play the guitar again. You know, missing limbs and all. My bar. And COYOTE's learned to play the only thing that was salvaged from the fire. My bar. The guy's a bit traumatized, as you may have noticed. My bar. Why don't you come back to where we live? Since the wasteland is split up and left, we're desperately in need of music. My bar. I'm not going anywhere near fella colleague. Oh, don't worry about her. She left too. Oh, good. We can't play in public. My guitar strings are too old. Alright, fine. I'll get you new ones. My bar! Yeah, no, sorry, the music, the vibes, the everything about this is just beautiful. And it's just, I'm not saying this to say we are right, but it's just, again, we've talked about this so much. We look at Supergiant and go, if you could just do that, and this is literally that. Like, you can tell that this is where our ancestors rest. You can tell that the music, the art, the story, all of this was conceived in, you know, as a group together. And you've got to admit, friends, that if we got to do the mountain in Skyrim, but on a scrambler, that would have been a lot more fun. If we didn't do a pentadab this evening, I would be very grateful. Well, Chazini, I see you flexing. I respect it. I can't stop you. Returning Jacob's ashes. Gonna hang it over my head for next week. Okay. Una is saying that this place feels like it's less alive than usual. Less alive than all of our dead rest here. It's the trees above. Something's wrong with them. Of course. I'll go see it. Okay, right to the northernmost part of where our ancestors rest. Slugman. What's up?
Hey, biker! Are you in need of the finest goods?
So a toy bike. Maybe this isn't the best, but Puppy has always wanted one. Oh no, I'm absolutely spoiling the puppy. Maybe this isn't the best time, but puppies always wanted one. Sorry, I was reading your comment and it just ate shit. Jake Post, Puppy does want a Game Boy. Puppy will get a Game Boy. However, that's a lot more viscera than we have access to right now. No sign of Puppy's flower, it's probably higher up. Beans. Oh, and in case you missed it earlier, sorry, the quick travel system is based on lighting candles at shrines. Where? Oh my word. You wanker! Curious spot, yeah? Or no? Yeah, absolutely not really. May I update this area's part of your map with my exploring magic? Yeah, sure. Ah, there you go. Have fun exploring, you wanker! Yeah, interestingly, I couldn't make it to that other platform. Not entirely sure why, but I've got a lot to learn. Oh, beans. I didn't have time to reflect it back. Oh. God darn it, this is hard. Sometimes we've just got to, like, go at it with momentum proper.
Something lost in me.
This game is beautiful.
There's nothing else to live for anymore.
And yeah, it's basically super violent Excitebike. Fuck! It's really fucking hard though. Damn it! Well, we managed to get one of the viscera bags. didn't land it.
There's nothing else to do. There's nowhere else to go. There's nothing else to live for.
There's been tons of poppies flowers around here. They've destroyed them all! Fucking bastards! Those bastards! I think so. Yeah, so the birds are just fucking logging this whole area. Oh shit, bed. Fucking hell. Alright, I gotta get mine. Alright, shake off the dead leaves. Kill 7 birds. But yeah, no, so sorry. Go get some sleep. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm gonna somehow try and ricochet, shooty, gun bang all these burbs at once. God, it's difficult. Yeah, no, you're right, they are all clustered together, so again, this is going to be a real challenge. And I can't get the ricochet.
There's a
see what I mean about this game, how these little combat encounters, they feel more like tiny puzzles than anything else.
This is the last year that I have for you.
And I hate I always forget her surname, but the wonderful lass does the vocals for Supergiant stuff. Like, this is very evocative of her works. It's got its own vibe. This kind of like mournful, shamanistic, Wild West nurse.
You may think I'm an angel, but there's blood on my hands. Don't be fooled by the foggy
So Agadaki, I know what you mean in terms of like wizard with a gun, but honestly, I think it's just the hand-drawn aesthetic. Like, is it Ashley Barrett? I want to make sure I'm crediting the right person, you know. Holy fuck! Shit. This is really hard. So basically, I have to keep us, like... I have to keep us basically upside down for cover from the birds. Then not land on our face like that. Fucking hell. Also, what's interesting is that it doesn't do anything with... Holy shit. It doesn't do anything with lives or souls or the kind of the soul equivalent in the boss arenas. And Moose, thank you kindly. Ton of viscera for this, because Bobby's getting a Game Boy. Like, we're all in agreement on this, right? What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy crud, that was messed up. mean, that was awesome. So, saying birds got where our ancestors rest. Last, we're gonna be quick then. They had this other giant monster just like the one in the military bunker. Well, hey Legend, like, we're gonna be playing, I think we're gonna be playing this more than once. You know, it's a gorgeous indie game with awesome visuals. And, oh, hey, old bastard. Well, 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 look who's come to buy some magic. Magic given, see you around, Laika! This guy is like the anti-corner firm, and I love it.
This is the last year that I have for you. This is the last year that I have for you. This is the last year that I have for you.
Okay. So he doesn't give us complete math each time. Aganatic, you are indeed correct. This is a great reminder that birds are out to get you. Birds. They're tiny velociraptors. They're tiny velociraptors who have not forgotten. They have not forgotten. They have not forgiven. Birds.
There's blood on my hands. Don't be fooled by the foggy shadows. The night when we first met, I choose to spend another secret night with you. Nothing.
So good. And alright, those bird skulls have got to end up meaning something later on. Right? I've seen way too many of them. But also, I do think we'll be coming back to a few of these areas, so... Things like that. Sometimes the formula for success is very simple. It's just, it's hard work. Now that I'm getting the controls down pat, it does make me feel like a badass. The problem is, it's really hard to carry a conversation and Excitebike at the same time. So I just need to remember to take dedicated banter breaks with you all. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, friends, that our character, whenever they do front or back flips, it spins the UI on the revolver. That's fucking cool. Glad one of us got their head on straight today. Yeah. If this is something that you yourself need to get stuck into, I highly, highly recommend it, obviously. And if you don't mind picking it up through Humble, then that helps my dumb ass out a lot. Beans. Person who was selling well, so here's the thing, should we get Puppy the Game Boy already, or should we give him the toy bike and then come back, because we don't want to spoil the little one. It does look like the birds respawn as well. Both. Good and bad. Because it does mean that a little bit of with a little bit of attention, we can basically farm these ugly buggers. Really hard. But interestingly, the system kind of lends itself real nicely to mastery, you know. Like, I don't feel like we're... I don't know. This doesn't feel as punishing as it looks. Fuck! Alright, apologies, I'm gonna put my banterful skills on hold for a second. Oh, this is fucking hard. And you're right, the soundtrack to this is way more chill than it has any right to. The interesting thing about the combat is it does kind of force you to commit, right? So, like, if you mess up on a bit, you need to return to get your stuff back. And I keep getting myself into more and more trouble, so... So I should probably go and buy that fucking Game Boy now. Although I don't think anyone's shocked and surprised. Oh, puppy head stew. Aw, bless him. Had stew but overcooked it. We've all been there. Best not to stew on it. Ooh! Blueprint for a machine gun. Sorry about that, friends. Apparently I seem to have a mild allergy to heavy machine guns. Oh, this bit. Oh, it doesn't show me where the merchant is. I think he's further down. Or was he up this way? I forget. This definitely takes us into bird fighting territory. And Harmonious, I wouldn't say it's that Hotline Miami like rinse repeat. It's, I don't know. It's almost kind of pushing me to mastery. If that makes a weird sense. Alright. I know I should be saving our Viscera for something else, but... Fortunately, the old cages might denote enemy territory, but I'm not sure. I think we've seen them enough. We've seen them enough now to know that they aren't just a nothing. So, will you excuse me just a second, friends? I'm just going to grab some water very, very quickly and into the loo. So you were right. Birds were chopping trees down. Like the spirits, you got that in time. Is on our... So, old warfare, craft the shotgun. Give the flower to the puppy so he can finish it. Desperately in need of music. Okay. I take it the skull... I guess the skull is like the next story quest, right? Like, if I was so inclined, I could probably come back here and farm, but I guess for the moment... Yeah. For the moment, we're just kind of getting resources. I think the shotgun might be a nice, I don't know. Might be a nice thing to even the playing field against these bird bastards. But yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm hydrated. I'm so thirsty. I did this to me. Yo, you ever play one of those games where you don't realise how good it is until you realise you haven't been speaking for like 20 minutes? This is one of those ones. Friends, well now I have water, I don't need to take a break, but I am gonna zen here and natter with you all. Because also, Fiona's frying up some tofu for dinner and everything smells amazing right now.
Something lost in me.
No, and Fred, this is absolutely awesome. It is, yeah. It's basically like Terminator trick shots. So if you miss the beginning, Fred, the mechanics are you reload your gun doing a backflip, and you can do one parry per front flip. I think later on you can stack up multiple parries, but basically I have a single parry I can use in point, and to recharge it I have to do a front flip. So with each trick you have to commit. We're basically playing like a shaman warrior of a small tribe.
There's nothing else to do. There's nowhere else to go. There's nothing else to live for.
It is heavy. Like, it is heavy. We don't yet know why these, like, fascist, militaristic birds are attacking everybody. And honestly, like, haven't really... It's one of those things, we don't necessarily need to know why fascists are bad, but it'll be interesting to find out in this world of, you know, open deserts where the giant skulls of huge creatures lie in the setup. And Dustin, my coffee mug of today is not the most interesting one. It's actually Fiona's coffee mug because they had leftover coffee and didn't want it, so I had it. Because I was very tired and felt very, very haggard this morning. Oh no, it's cool. Okay, but I think Dustin was implying as to whether or not I'd used any of the new ration mugs. They haven't, but that's mostly on me. Usually I try and handle like the dishes and the cleaning and stuff in the evenings, like after the dogs have gone out, and I have been very nice. Very... Yes.
Space.
Yeah. Honestly, friends, most of the decorative coffee mugs are just living in here. So I've got my House Steiner Stein. I've got the Cheeky Monkey. And also this old chestnut. My tankard from... this was from Room 2. Back when our friend was working the PR for that one. I really like that game. So close to brilliant. Yeah, and Fred, everything about this is coming together in a very super giant kind of way. It has some moments of gorgeous hand-drawn animation. The music is this mournful, not quite tribalistic, not quite country, which is hit like a ton of bricks. And I mean, look, if we just put all of the things we're playing as a mother, which is a character class we've got more examples of over recent years, but you know, not that long ago, an unheard of character class. We are a bike warrior. And we can commune with the dead using cool shaman powers. Like, this is fucking great. It all shouldn't fit together, and it really does. And it definitely uses what my friend would have called like the labyrinthian character philosophy, in that by going for like anthropomorphic animals or creatures that you can over-accent the parts of the character you wish to convey. Our character is very serious, very down to earth, and that's not so much in their design. You know, they're I guess a coyote or some kind of dagwolf nurse. They've got a skull earring and a cool motorbike, but all the other characters we've encountered are so over the top, are so over-accented that it really makes it really highlights who we are in space. And yeah, Fred, that was the thing I was trying to scratch on what I was like commenting on what Harmonious was saying. Like, the combat encounters are these bite-sized little puzzles. Yes, I think we can ease up on the game audio. Right, I don't want to turn it down too much, but I hope... Is that better? Because the music is gorgeous. Okay. Oh, we'll adjust it just a little bit more. There we go. Also, Discord keeps doing this thing where it adjusts my mic anytime I go on a video call. So I had to readjust it before we got started today. You know what? I'm going to follow the prescribed path for now. If I do decide to do any like grinding on this, I might do that like later on, because the only downside about how good this game is that I can't fight and talk. You know what I mean? But yeah. And the other thing I've said, sadly multiple times, but this absolutely follows the Supergiant philosophy of how to blend all the different art disciplines that go into your game into one cohesive place. Beats. Oh! Yeah, no, Fred, true master of evil when I can fight and talk at the same time. But I'm a ways away from that. You want to see what else we can do and explore at the moment. This is, like, control scheme-wise and gameplay, this is very unlike anything else.
You may think I'm an angel, but there's blood on my hands.
So, like, the fact that there's no reverse, you have to flip direction. Hey up, big man. There are other gas stations in the wastelands. They're up by Scrooge's, you know. Oh, God. 12 grand for a tape. 1,000 for refined metal. Alright, well. You buying that, Joe? I was about to throw it away. Alright. But we can give the guitar strings to the other bloke.
This is the last year that I for you.
Also, I'm very appreciative that you don't have to collect viscera as the de facto currency. Alright, these are the strings you wanted? They are! Oh, live show where we live tonight! What? What? In desperate need of music. But yeah. Like, Fred, I know you don't have like a ton of free time at the moment, and I know you're still chipping away at Hollow Knight, but on the games that won't give you vertigo and are awesome, I think we might have found another banger. Oh, beans. I biffed the landing. so we can't get over that just yet. We need 1,200. Oh, beans. I didn't have the. Didn't have my reflection. I have my parry charged. Apparently, I'm having a problem with this. I was already on your list? Alright, good. The other cute thing about this is... God, it's only 5 viscera per kill. We need to do so much damage. Oh yeah, so the other hook on this thread is that your bike also works as a shield. Anyway, but you know what, before we progress, even if we end up doing a little bit of just grinding this evening, let's go spoil Puppy. I am an absolute sucker for spoiling animals, it's been well documented. Honestly, poor Amos doesn't realise that if he wasn't allergic to everything under the sun, he would eat like a king. But my poor boy, he has a very, very controlled diet. Oh yeah, no, so Immortal End, Ian mentioned it earlier on, but yeah, this is quite evocative of Lisa. I don't know. Like, this is a little bit of Lisa the Painful. This is a little bit of... Pyre. This is a little bit of so many wonderful things. At some point, we're going to have to experiment with cooking. Ah! Funny I could help you out there. Alright, you're the best shot in town. We need you here. You in for some blackjack? Why does this feel like if I know what I'm doing, I can, 13. I'll stand. Beans. I lost. I'm not good at this. All in! Broke. Bartender's like, so, can I envy Jacob and Poochie? Anyone's like shitting their pants currently? Okay, hell, what about you, mate? So, it started. Well, malady that killed my parents is eating me alive now. Oh, you're just a bundle of laughs. Drinking's the only thing that eases my pain, you know? But at least the band made it back. Hi, how's Jacob's tape collection growing? Not bad, but there's still quite an awful lot of lost tapes in the wastelands, though. We've got some music backer. I think we'll be slowly kind of like finding other members of his band, because I did see that on the trailer.
Oh, my sweet Laika, are you alright?
Well, I managed to soothe Puppy a little bit.
I know Poppy will be alright, because you're taking care of her. I'm asking about you.
I'd also say another. Okay, sorry, we were talking earlier about like VO and how to implement it, and supporting voice actors and not resorting to using like AI generated bollocks. Sorry, I'm getting heckled by the Cosmic Crowbar setup. I'm doing my best! So sorry, if you're wondering what the Tippity Tappity is, over on Cosmic Crowbar, Steve has been sharing a whole bunch of behind the scenes stuff. And that includes our first little weekly art dump yesterday, and Steve just shared the Cosmic Crowbar theme song, which is feckin' good. But sorry, what I wanted to highlight was how we talk a lot about how brilliant Bastion was. But essentially, it was one person telling a story. And I don't know, this might be... I'm not saying this to make anybody feel like their fucking bones are turning to dust, but, as a kid, I had some of those tapes where it would be like a person reading kids' stories, and they do all the voices, and it would be kind of almost like a panto-level voice acting. But you know what? I thought that was one of the things that was so powerful about Bastion, is how the story is told to us. Not just the reactive stuff, because that's very, very clever. But even if it hadn't been, what's his face? Somebody Cunningham, isn't it? God, I'm terrible with names today. Very sorry. The gentleman who voices Bastion is so, so talented. But, I think about that, and I think about Tales of Iron. The narrator not voicing the characters, but telling it to you like a bedtime story. Now, I don't think that necessarily works with this, because this game has a weight to it. But it is entirely possible to construct something like this, to rather than have a gajillion different, voice actors, have someone telling it to you like a bedtime story. I don't know. Maybe that could work with this. It would need the right performer. I couldn't do it. That goes without saying. But why are you not in bed? Can't stand my dad's crying. Aww. Alright. I said I'd bring the pup over to visit Grandma. Where we dream. And there you go. The last heart glaze flower. It's a bit unique. So cool. You need to help. Do you need help with the wreath? Who's the funerary friend here? Aww. Can you tell Poochie I'm going to make him the best wreath ever? It's not that easy. First I need to find his body. But even so, I can only talk to the spirits for a short while before they cross. Oh, okay. Been thinking. It's very thoughtful of you. If, when we die, our ashes rest in a sacred place, but you never found Pooch's body, you must be really, really tired. We've got to find him. And I will. Tomorrow. Probably. Why are you and Grandma angry at each other? Oh boy. Aren't you just a little chip off the old block? Sorry for the tippity-tappity, friends. This game's batting for 1,000. Which is saying your grandma wants you to grow up too quickly, but you're still my little puppy. Did you find Poochie? I was instructed to do something else. And he will. Tomorrow. Well, you always wanted a bike, didn't you? That's so cool! Now we can ride together and look for Poochie? Well, you're going to need to practice a lot before you can ride outside of where we live. Oh yeah, riding's dangerous. What if I fall? I'm not like you. I could hurt myself. Austin, you're right. It does have a similar vibe to Gris. It's just that simple acoustic guitar. Maybe when I grow up, I'll be like you. Alright, it's dark. Let's get some sleep. But on the subject of sleeping... Alright, look. I bought you a game console. It comes with a bunch of pre-installed games. I haven't checked the titles, but... all the games should be called Mummy Cereal. Oh, the innocence of youth. Come again? Well, if they kill you, you can try again. What happens to you in between? Does it hurt? Fuck! Okay, so canonically, she dies and respawns. Fuck, okay. And then says, well, it's like every single cell of my body screams while it's torn apart. And then I'm nothing, I'm no more. Then there's a spark and I remember. Everything from who I am to how I died, to the flavour of tangerine peels, burning in a chimney. All in the fraction of a second like an explosion. Ah, oh, no. Puppy, no. Yeah, we'll get revenge for Poochie. That is, Moose, that is an interesting one. Alright. Right, so we can't take the puppy to go see Grandma. And... the elder says, alright, the strategy's been set. Come see me at my place. Alright. Laika! And you spruce up your backs for sure! Alright, so bike weapon upgrade gets us one more weapon slot. And how do we make... Oh, refined metal we have to go and buy if we want more lives. Sorry, just that mother was like, I keep telling my son, if you don't want to get crucified with your own guts, you best behave. Fucking hell. Right, So Dahlia went stargazing. Okay, Dahlia will probably fill it with drawings of stars and shit. The birds haven't killed it yet. Fucking hell. You know what? I don't know. But it hasn't let me go to Grandma's house yet. So we'll have a look. Because it could be a denotion of whatever their power is. Okay, we can get a crossbow. And again, we need more refined metal. But honestly, I'll take what I can get.
Birds and lizards with fake feathers. We're doomed!
How you doing? There is a traitor! Not again. Alfredo, you're killing me here, buddy. Okay, Alfredo's got to be some kind of chinchilla. It's the crazy eyes, the strange memory. Don't get me wrong. I love all dogs. I love tiny dogs. I love big dogs. It's all good. But there's just chinchillas have a special kind of loopy about them. Okay, did you hear? Crazy Alfredo thinks he's sheriff now. Got to do something stupid and get himself killed. Alfredo, you're not sheriff. Where the rules are made. That's a pretty good. I think it's a pretty good thing to call like the leader's shack. Okay. You will travel to where rock bleeds. Last time I looked, birds had blocked the road with tanks. I hope they've moved somewhere else by now. What's the plan? You're going to offer an alliance to Mining Town. They have 10 times as many people as us, and they have weapons. Alright, so what good are we to them? Plus, I'm not a diplomat. Send anyone else. There's only one thing we can offer them. One weapon. I'm just sending living proof of it. Oh, sorry. Keep forgetting. I'm just a pawn. I've agreed to 2 more plans of actions with Shaza and Primo here. Talk to them. Alright. Shaza! Can you tell me where you've been? Hi, hon. Well, I'll tell you later. The thing is, I've intercepted a message from the lighthouse, the birds' communication center, and I have a plan so you can destroy it and hamper with their Shaza? There's interference. I'm heading to your place. And let's talk to Mouseman. The elder says I talk to you. Primo! Hey! I said that. Now I say, Laika, you're going to raise the big tree. Am I? The birds' religious center, the core of their faith, their pyramid of worship. But Primo, how will I knock it down, you ask me? Good question, Laika. Good question. Remember Aurelia? She's going to help you. But Primo, didn't she disappear without a trace, you ask? Laika, I say, look for him near the big tree. No need to thank me, Laika. No, don't insist. Please don't. The writing on this is so good. My little friends are smarter than my big friends. You have fleas. Let's see if we can... I guess our friend Shaza tinkers. My friend is kind of a robot? Alright, you had me worried. Never told anyone you were not here in case you were disobeying Elder's orders not to leave where we live. Alright, I was already out when she gave the order. I was near the old lighthouse installing a radio transmitter to hack the birds' communications. Ooh. Okay, intercepted message says, Non-bird advancement electromagnetic communications maintenance technician accidentally killed. Please send a new one. Sturdier. And here's a reply from Central Bureau. Expect sturdier non-bird advanced electromagnetic communications maintenance technician in a few days. Please stop accidentally killing them. Plan is I pretend to be the non-bird advanced whatever and hope they fall for it. Well, you're definitely sturdy. If you destroy Old Lighthouse, we'll disrupt their communications and it'll be harder for them to get organised. Plus, it'll be easier to keep where we live a secret. You know the way? East and then south to where the waves die. Take care. Take care. I won't. Okay. Let's see if it'll let us go talk to Gammy. I was saying chinchilla when I meant chihuahua, wasn't I? Oh, note to self, murder that guy later. Sorry, friends. Chinchillas are lovely tempered creatures, and they have tiny little hands, and they like to pick stuff up, and it's really fucking cute. Oh, okay, so the crossbow has 10 rounds, but you only reload 1 bolt per backflip. So if you want to get everything going, you need to repeatedly reload your... Alright, so we need to go hoard resources. I was about to say, look at this jammy poppy getting to sleep in all day. My sleep's been wrecked, and we are working as a household to get me out of the habit. It has been challenging, but with speedrunning dog today, there was no reason to, you know, rush and wake my haggard ass, which I'm very appreciative of. So I think it wants me to try and combine varying ingredients, and honestly, I just kind of want to know what's right because I don't want to waste any. Thank you, Fred. God, I will say, growing up dyslexic does mean that your ability to infer meaning and understanding from context is second to none. Because people throw like wild terms into a sentence, you've just got to be able to parse it with context clues. Sorry, Fred was saying the crossbow seems like a refined weapon from a more civilized age. I mean, I was just thinking that... Oh, excuse me. I was just thinking that... This game would be even better with a lightsaber, and then... Okay. And then it struck me, Dead Rising actually let you make lightsabers, which was fucking cool. I still don't have a way to break through that. Oh, okay, so the other downside with the crossbow is that whilst you're in the air, you can fire it fucking loads, but you have to reload every shot. Oh yeah. No, Angelos, I absolutely agree, and honestly, except for, because we talked about this the other day, I do think that the only reason it isn't talked about with more, with more praise is just based on how it did its like weird. Oh wow, this thing is just a feckin' shotgun of crossbow bolts. I really stop paying attention. Yeah, I think the save system would have worked on its own. I don't know how they would have done it, but I think like separating that from the time limit, I think would have done wonders towards bringing more people in. We were talking about this the other day, so apologies for those of you who were there for that banter, but you know, my personal philosophy kind of being I managed to play that game by janking the time limit and had the best time with it, and then went back and played it properly. Okay, so I don't think we yet have a way to get to where waves die. Because I don't think, unless the tank's gone, which it might be. But yeah. Fucking hell. The challenge of mastery. So yeah, there's basically the crossbow is a 10 shots at once, all or nothing beastie. So it's basically the get it done boss weapon. Harmonia says the clip in Dead Rising 2 was never known to beat any of the bosses. They're so difficult. Like, that's not on you, friend. Like, that is not on you. Okay, the tank's gone. I might hit up the old tree as well. Now we have that crossbow, because we've still got to make the ruddy shotgun. So where Doom fell. Hey honey, should I get some rice burgers tonight? That'd be cool. I mean, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, Moose, we can get in the gas station. The guy's a vendor. He's selling some of the fancier resources that we want. Can't get up there just yet. Fair enough. Fair enough. Where iron carcass is the sky. This is not where we're supposed to be. But fuck it. But yeah, no, so, Angelos, I still think Dead Rising was well ahead of its time, and it is often fascinating to think about that whole sphere of gaming. Ah, looking for some magic, you wanker! Yeah. Map updated, you wanker! Mate, this guy and Cornifer would both love and hate each other. Yeah. No, big agree there. Angelos was just saying a lot of the early 360 stuff was wild. It really was. I think I mentioned this... I hope I mentioned this recently. Oh, interesting. There is a musician and content creator that I'm a big fan of. One Thor in High Heels. And they did the music to Umarangi Generation and a few other things. And they did a really good series of videos on the weird and wacky stuff that came out of like early to mid 360 era stuff. A few games that are on the wish list of stuff I want to share with you all when I get the opportunity. Because one that I'm constantly impressed with is a game called Vampire Raid. Like, for all intents and purposes, Vampire Raid is a terrible game. But I love its unquestionable and frankly bizarre mechanics. Because, I don't know. I like shooty gunbang games. I like games that have, like, you know, realistic firearms and stuff in. I am one of those. But I'm bored with most of the things that sphere of gaming serves us. You know, I think it was for Bulletstorm? Yeah, no, it was for Bulletstorm. The team made a parody game of Call of Duty. It was like, give us the nuclear missile bomb. I will never give you the nuclear missile bomb. Give me the nuclear missile bomb. Here is the nuclear missile bomb. It's like, I don't fucking care. But the idea of being a bunch of regular fucking humans that have to fight vampires. And I mean, like, duty calls, thank you. See, somebody else remembers. Yeah, they did a lot of parody stuff with the Bulletstorm marketing campaign. Do you know what? I'm here for it. EA could stand to have EA could stand to have the piss ripped out of it a little bit more, you know what I mean? Well, Angelos, what I will say is, friends, be sure to wishlist Pacific Drive. To my knowledge, pre-order sales don't help as much as they should. Frederick's saying one of their friends worked on it. Which friend? Because Angelos is also part of the team on that one. We're keeping it inside the family. You know what? I shouldn't be surprised you know Paul. But I didn't know he was working on it until... God. Pack's just gone. So... But yeah. Angelos, you know we're going to be all over that. We've still got no way to open these, like, red shutter doors. Oh, I'm really glad to hear. Angelos was just saying that the streams from the press preview week have been sick. Yeah, the coverage has been fucking great for it. It makes me so happy. I'm actually, I wouldn't say I'm avoiding, but I won't be taking part in any of like the pre-release stuff because I want to play it in its entirety, and I have no chill. Angelo says literally every British dev they know wants to play it when it's out, and I'm like, please, PlayStation. Everyone's like, no. Hey, I can only do so much. All right. Another gas station in the Westlands, all run by liars, you know. Got some corn, some condensed milk, a bit of shoddy leather, quality leather. Refined metal. We need thousands to get that. It's going to take us a while. But, hey, it's nice knowing you... It's got to be nice knowing you're working on a game that people genuinely want to play. Like... Where all was lost. That's curious. Want to buy some magic? Yeah, alright. Make the most of what you will, wanker! I guess this must have been their home before? And, like... Oh, beats. Sorry, I look away and immediately eat shit on the bike. No, Pacific Drive being on everybody's lists for this coming year makes me so happy. Like, I always feel like a lot of the time I've got to work really hard to get people to acknowledge great games like that. And, like, I'm not an elitist and I don't need people... You know, I don't... I was about to say, I don't need their credit. But in fairness, some days I do get a little bit like, no, I knew it before it was cool. it's not so much. I don't know. I'm still trying to get out of a lot of bad habits I picked up from working AAA, and one of them is having to like justify my knowledge. You know what I mean? But anyway, I was worried that... Fuck. I was worried this would be one of those games where I would have to spend my entire time convincing people why it's good, why it's worth their time. And I don't have to do that, and I'm very grateful. Do you know what, Angelos? I do agree with you. Like, we know that people... Sorry, Angelos was saying that they really feel like Pacific Drive has been kind of an idea that's been left on the table for a long time. And I do agree. Like, we've done loads with games that are all about, you know, base building and having a place to call your own. And, I mean, hell... A lot of the successful racing games have been about, like, it's your car, your way, right? And so I find it strange that, yeah, nobody else got to this first. Like, someone should have. You know what I mean? Alright, well, we can't go that way, and we can't get that turnip, so... Yeah, so this is where we started the game where poor Pucci was killed. But no, I think what hits so hard about Pacific Drive is that it takes that base building and it takes that ownership. The car is the character. The car is both your base and your expression. It's how you explore, but it's also how you express. And I think it really nails that. You know, Sea of Thieves does certainly have that to an extent. But with it being mostly cosmetic, like, it's really... There's no progression system beyond aesthetic and attachment. Which, I guess that does count. You know, one of the things that was really good about Pulsar was how you have to learn your ship. And by the time you spent a lot of... By the time you've been through a ton of encounters, it really does become like an extension. I love it. Fucking love it. Now, I do think that Tiny Build's Sand should be able to get it as well, because Sand understands that your base is a character, not just an unknown quantity, right? I haven't had the chance to try... John's Bond's having a stroke. What I was trying to say is I haven't had a chance to try the sci-fi co-op game that's been doing the rounds recently, which I'm desperately trying to remember the name of. It's like something Void. Void Crew, thank you, Hookshot. Oh. Alright, you don't drop the Viscera for falling off things, which I'm very grateful for. Hookshot, have you had a chance to spend time with it? Because I'd love to, but I haven't. Like, honestly, it's not enough hours in the day problem. Like, because there's that, then there's fucking... There's that, there's Grounded, there's so many other games, and even with all the time I get to spend with it, I still feel like I don't get enough time to see these. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, so Seth, it's in early access. It's up on Steam. I personally fucking love it. Sorry, I personally love the idea of it. I shouldn't say I love it because I haven't had a chance to play it, but. Interesting that they won't fire if we're too close. You know, Hookshot, Void Crew's got everything I'm looking for, and it's slightly more... It looks slightly more approachable than Pulsar: The Lost Colony. Like, I love Pulsar, but after a couple of runs, once you start getting into the meat of it, the roguelike elements and the amount of time it takes to progress in that and its story beats together make for a very... make it a little bit tricky to restart, you know, because we were playing with we were playing with Megaran back during lockdown, which was fucking brilliant. But anytime we wanted to bring in anybody new, we had to start a new run, and hey up, Laika! All right, sell me some fucking map magic. Like, Pulsar was originally designed as a VR game, but where Rust weaves. Ah! Ask me on Rust Weaver! I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Let's have a look at my map. Alright, so this is where Rust weaves. That's where birds lurk. Where All Was Lost, I think, is meant to be our old... was our old village before shit went south. Actually, so, Zeph, actually, while we're taking a breather, let me grab you the link for Void Crew. Again, I haven't had the chance to try it, and obviously the price... The price is a real big stumbling block, right? Like, it's got very positive reviews, but it is early access, it is 4 players, and you do need everybody to have a copy. So, you are asking everybody to spend $20, and, you know, friends, $20 is $20 right now, you know what I mean? However, this does look fun, and it does look ridiculous. Honestly, I think it'll end up picking up a lot of the post... not Phasmophobia, the post Lethal Company vibe. I have not spent enough time with Lethal Company. No, Fred, we ain't different. Like, if I want Fiona and I to play Void Crew, that's a minimum of like $40. And yeah, that's a good chunk of a weekly food shop. You know what I mean? Oh. Something tells me I am not where I should be right now. Fucking bastards! I've got to get me Viscera bag back, otherwise, you know, we don't get our deposit back on that. Also, the other thing I've noticed about this is that due to the way the mechanics work, it can be real easy in this to basically kind of get yourself into a dungeon with no way to really get back. Yeah, and Austin, it does have that, but what's fascinating about this is that you get multiple chances. Oh, we've got some new tunes as well. So you can unlock multiple bags, which is however many chances you have to get your stuff back, and you can upgrade them to hold more stuff. So there we go. But we've got where the rust weaves, where doom fell, where waves die, and where we live. Fucking map wanker. It's also interesting that canonically our character dies and is reborn. Like, that's haunting. Immortal then, I've not heard when Anabolic Factor is coming out proper. Cannot wait myself, as I'm sure you well know. I don't know the dev behind it super well. Like, we talked 1,000 years ago, but like, I don't know him, so, you know, I don't have any inside info. I think I wrote him an email once just saying, like, heckin' thank you for... Unfortunate Spachiman. These bits are really tricky. This is the bit that just reminds me of fucking Trials. The wax. Sorry, I know I keep talking about how wild it is that our character knows they're getting reborn, but it was always one of those, like, video game things that made me think, you know? Like, that was the whole ruddy premise behind Death's Bank, was like, what if a character... What if a character not only could respawn like a video game, but actually fucking knew it? Alright, you look like you're about to cause trouble. How are you here? Hello! We're looking forward to matching you, wanker! I should have voiced this guy. That's a character I should have played. It is interesting that he seems to leave like a little bird skull behind him. I wonder if that is intentional. Ooh, that guy gives us more business. Idiosa. I was looking over at chat, reading Austin's comments instead of paying attention. Like the fool that I am. That looks like something we'll do with Leo. But yeah, so at Mortal End, I am stoked for Abiotic Reactor. We are going to have such a fucking good time with that one. Shit, I found the Bear Motel. Sup, buddy? Sometimes I see you with your whole immortality thing and I say to myself, I don't know, there goes a metaphor. Alright. Sometimes I think about metaphors like, I don't know, your immortality, and I think, aren't metaphors just glorified lies? Sometimes I think about lies, I don't know, it's like life after death. I'd say, that just defies the good old Laika. Fucking hell. Alright, mate. You might want to ease up on the bevies. Alright. Another place where people forget.
Nora! You're the bike who's been kicking bird arse. Hilarious!
I still don't know why birds haven't shot this place down. Hilarious! You ready to play, stranger? Oh, there's more blackjack. Alright, well, we'll stand at 17. We're gonna lose. Yay! Get fucked. Laika wins. Ugh. I feel like the me of old would have sat here at this table and like alt F forward anytime we lost and just bet the house every time. So Austin, what was the name of that one? And it is worth noting that like the difference between like programmed experiences, machine learning, and stuff like that. You know, if the user experiences a character who learns, that's heckin' cool. One of the ones that we played a lot of was Does It Snail? Does it snail? Will it snail? Right, snails were involved. Will you snail? where you're fighting against an evil, an evil AI that predicts what you're going to do and then tries to fucking kill you. That's different than these like gigantic large learning models. Like, if you want to give that one a try, friends, if you love sadistic platformers, Will You Snail is incredible. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, I'm not going to risk it for a biscuit. Austin Spafford. I'm sorry about that one. Let me just... the game was Galapagos. Oh wow, from 97. The main character of Galapagos is AI controlled and only indirectly responds to changes the player makes to its environment. The character is capable of maneuvering through the environment while avoiding surfaces and obstacles that has previously learned to be harmful. Fuck, that's cool. Yeah, I'll have a... Congratulations, you told me about a game I did not know. So, hey honey, have you eaten yet? Made myself some... Arapus? I don't know how to pronounce that. But... Yes, I want to buy more map magic, you wanker. I guess we're heading down towards the mines. Actually, I do not remember where we're supposed to be going. I'm just talking to you lot. Oh, fascinating. So Austin was going to say that it's bizarre how in that game, the Galapagos one, that game over was because the character became too terrified. Alright, so we got an alliance with Mining Town, which is located at the core where rock bleeds. Radio Silence goes southwest to where waves die. And look for Aurelia by the big tree. And we still need to craft a shotgun. God, I might actually get a little guide up to see what we need. I just want to know the resources needed for the shotgun. You know what? If one of you has a spare tab going, I would be very appreciative. I guess we're going to strike an allegiance with Mining Town. So much more in the way of resources to even craft the good shit. No. So Austin, I love these conversations. You got nothing to apologize for, friend. And as we do battle with generative AI stuff this year, it is important to remember that the term is used to cover a lot of different flavors of nonsense. You know, I mean, I often think about the creatures from Black and White, and how they had like such wonderfully complex behaviors. Like, their AI was wonderfully complicated. And I think... Right, mine's in sight, Elder. Be diplomatic, please. Don't be yourself. Alright, you know what? I'm going to use one of the candles to head back to home. Because I really want to... You have 2 candles. Use one to teleport to the gathering place. Yes. I'm not quite sure how the day-night cycle of all this works. I guess anytime we come back here, we have to snooze. Because again, I just wanted to check what the resources were we needed for the shoddy. But I think we get a cheeky nap in. Yeah, we can't till the following morning, so... we can go see Gammy. Sorry, apologies for losing my train of thought. More that it's important that we really celebrate what video games have been doing for a long time before this whole, like, large language model of generative AI bollocks started kind of trying to use what we've already been doing. You know, I love talking about AI in video games. I'm really hoping we can get Tommy, who runs the AI in video games show on YouTube, to come join us, because there's so much to break down. But yeah, things like Black and White with its goofy loveliness, like the way in which you had to train the creatures was so fascinating. And I loved how you as a ruler got to choose, like, between good and evil. But your creature was only a reflection of how you treated them and how you trained them. Yeah. No, you know what, Angelos? That's the best shorthand for it. You know, this 2020 AI bollocks is all about replacing poor people and making... removing the artists from art. Whereas old video game AI was like, what if there was a little guy and what if he did stuff? You know? One project that I was involved with for a while, which sadly didn't go anywhere, and honestly, someone will do this, was a more advanced version of... was it Pocket God? With the game's called Small Gods, and the idea was that it's you and your god friends. There is a world of teeny tiny little heroes and monsters and adventurers in this, like, adaptive environment, and all you can do is to gently nudge your little guy one way or t'other, like give him a little blessing here or give him a little zap for doing something wrong, and using that to continue. And like, that's something that we've been doing for ages. Alright, so I need a rusty spring and 30 bones. Let me write that down. It's not going to look psychotic at all, my notepad. Alright, so it's 15 scrap, which we've already got, but I'll write it down anyway in case I forget. 30 bones. And a spring. Alright, what do we need for the machine gun? Fucking loads of stuff. Of course we do. Of course I am. We don't need any refined metal yet, so... Okay. Yeah. I mean, the reason why I'm so actively against a lot of the stuff that's being used at the moment is that it's not being used to create, it's being used to replace. And again, I'm not telling you all anything you don't know. Sorry, and I'm not asking for us to move the topic thusly. It's personally something I think about a lot. On the subject of thinking and using one's brain, I've got to nip to the loo because I have stayed hydrated and now I must pay the price. But I'll be back with you all in just a second because I'm loving this. You know, we're going to try and get the shotgun, so I know I can buy a rusty spring. I don't know where I can find bones yet, so we've just got to go exploring. And honestly, this is a game that makes that exploration so fascinating and so fun. Again, friends, if you enjoyed Trials or anything by Supergiant, I cannot recommend this enough, you know? Anyway, I'll be back with you all in just a second. A harper charm. Hello there. Oh. No, and Angelos, like, I'm trying not to talk too much about generative AI bollocks because it's an infuriating and slightly maddening path. But I do agree with you. And like the only thing I'll mention from what we said earlier is that one, the user response is already very, very negative. The only way this kind of stuff will survive is by hiding, and tech bros can't hide to save their lives. And two, authenticity is one of the biggest and most powerful forces we have these days. Like, ever since we became a gigantic, interconnected blob of knowledge and technology, you know, we've had access to everything all the time. And so one of the most powerful commodities has been authenticity. It's not the person who does the best art is not the one that everybody flocks to. It's got to be something, you know? And again, I'm telling you stuff you already know, but... No, so Austin, it's not a difficult line. Like, the difference between seeing somebody else's works and emulating them versus things that are generated and scraped is so drastically different. You know, human inspiration is one of the great parts of living, you know? I think it's something to be celebrated because, you know, what comes from inspiration ends up being this glorious blend of things. Whereas these generative AI models can only copy and spit out something pre-existing. There's no blend, right? So here's a great example. A generative AI could not come up with Star Wars. You know, it could not rework Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress and then blend in a bunch of wild shit that nobody's ever thought of, right? Now, it could do something along the lines of, you know, make me a Akira Kurosawa film, but sci-fi. It might be able to spit out something like that. And that's, you know, very, you know, take it or leave it. I don't want to go back up into there. We'll just keep putzing around. Who knows what we'll find. What is interesting is that every time we go back to like tick over another day, all of the resources respawn, so it's real cool. Oh, didn't mean to do that, but I want to check in with this guy and see if he sells any of the things that we need. So we need 30 bones and a rusty spring. Alright, you got a spring, mate? He doesn't. God, didn't we meet someone who was selling a spring? My guy in Loopy. I think I'm just losing my marbles, friends. Oh, sorry, I realised... Friends, I'm so sorry. I realised I was reading your comments and not saying anything, you know. Super helpful of me. So we are here where Doom fell. But if we go to where Rust weaves and then Reversey Percy, that should give us a chance to explore a little more. Okay. Because, like, Angelos, again, I absolutely agree with you. Oh yeah, we definitely having rice burgers for dinner. And Austin, I understand what you mean. Like from an intellectual standpoint, it's difficult to find. It's difficult to think the line through, but you know, thankfully, it's something that is. Oh wow, that's just bad. Sorry. No, and Austin, I think it's an interesting thing to talk about because, like I said, we do have friends who have like built their own like generative AI models, or okay, the one where you have two different systems that argue with each other, which I always forget the name of because I'm a bad friend. Wow, we absolutely did not come this way. So this takes us toward the seaport, alright. Fuck sticks. Are you kidding me? I'm so sorry, friends. Big fucking dingus McGingus here. There we go. Okay, sorry. You know what? We'll move on to a lighter note because only darkness lies down this path for us. Austin, I cannot tell you how much fun it is when all the mechanics in this game come together. So like. The fact that you front flip to charge your counters or your parries, and that you back flip to reload your gun is so satisfying. Fuck. Even if I don't get my arse handed to me right here. Tangerine tree. It's not a heart glaze flower, but I'm sure Puppy will like it. I once saw a child playing with a tangerine, the size of a tangerine. Guessing whatever mechanics we get for traversing the world later on give us a few more ways to... Oh, I know where this is. This takes us down into the mines. Children, they yearn for the mines. So I guess we head back towards the seaport, really. How are you back? extremely rude. Austin was reminding them of motocross maniacs. Yeah, that makes sense. Just taking all the easy to grab viscera we can. Oh, interesting. And until we find the guy, we don't get any maps. Alright, so let's have a look down this way. Children, learn from the mines. Yeah, we haven't even come close to finding bones or a rusty spring. I feel like we met somebody who was selling that though. Get into the Alright, well this works for us. Hey up, wanker! Well, 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 my favourite wanker to buy some magic. He seems to be sitting on bird skulls. And Vernflow, whatto and welcome. We're trying to find springs and bones. There are the gas shops around here. They're run by morons, you know. Got some rice worms, tomato juice, a few candles. Fork handles. Handles for forks. It does seem like every time he moves on, yeah, we're doomed, fell. I guess we can put some tunes on while we're driving. You know what, I might actually go this way, see if we can find... I like the idea of heading up the seaport, it sounds fascinating. Oh yeah, you know what, Seth? Maybe that's why I'm enjoying this so much, is it is really serving some like Final Fantasy 15 vibes. Where the waves die. still have no way to get through that. God, I was looking at you lot for a second there and nearly got us fucking destroyed. Alright, I guess we're going to the mines. Somehow we'll have to learn how to knock over that fucking bird statue. You know what? If we put in some beans, some corn, little tomato juice. That strikes me as like a... Ooh. Extra viscera when killing an enemy. Lovely. Oh, and that lasts for 15 minutes or not. Yeah, Austin, it is impossible to reload if the ground's entirely flat. Right? And you can accidentally do shit like that. So like the crossbow is a super powered shotgun, but you have to reload each bolt singularly. So like, you have to do 10 backflips to reload the whole bloody thing. What's going on? Also, in terms of extra viscera, we are really not getting what we should be. But I have a feeling that if we cook that meal later on... What? Note to self, murder the birds, murder the fucking birds. Also, I'm just tagging in here real quick. Just in case I fuck up again. Really? Problem is we need the viscera, so I gotta go back for it. It's fine, it's fine. God, just... Sorry, friends. I'm living... Maybe fear is the wrong word, but if they do anything to the tiny pup that we're looking after... Oh boy. Hell hath no fury, friends. So we are here. So where birds lurk was the base. So I guess we just keep heading. Keep heading right. Should also put us roughly towards Mountain Town, Mining Town. Oh. I'm not gonna lie. It's also worth noting that you get the reloads for doing like a loop-de-loop as well as a flip, which does kind of imply that if there are gods of this world, or whatever has given us our powers, just respects the sick flip. And gotta admit, that's pretty impressive. Sorry, friends, we seem to have like hit the vibes state. I'm curious as to whether or not this the birds area is something we can revisit, and will we be able to kill a crap load of birds? If we can, that's fucking awesome. Very useful. Oh shit. Oh, I fucked up. Fucking hell. So the big birds are a problem. If our goal was to essentially farm for resources, we can do it here. Doesn't this feel like I'm getting myself into trouble I shouldn't be? Oh! I shouldn't be alive right now. Actually, what I might do, friends, depending on like how much my brain capacity is able to do, you know, I think this might be one of those games where I can actually like do farming runs off stream. Because it's like I would have done that with Lunacid, but considering the almost immersive sim style of problem solving you get in that game, like, I don't want to do stuff while you lot aren't there, because, like, I could be missing out on cool shit. You know what? I feel like I'm tempting fate a little bit in this area. You know what I mean? Really? Sorry, I've got an idea. There we go. How's that for a slice of fried gold? Ooh, one refined metal. Love to see it. Right, maybe there is glory to be gained in combat. Oh yeah, no, Fred, big agree. Like that level of prep. Oh come on, I had him. Dead to bloody rights. It goes awesomely, with a few hiccups here and there. Like that one. Fuck! Fuck! I mean, I think we're actually gaining more viscera than we're using, so that's something. Yeah, we're definitely quids in. Oh, Matt Wanker! Cost us 100 viscera, but yeah, now, check it out. Got the fucking base all mapped out and everything. Is that a fucking blimp? Blimp? Fred says a guy who emphasizes customer service. That's somebody who knows they are the only gig in town. But the other thing that strikes me as well is that, like, the first time we came through here, we couldn't do anything with the varying doors and whatnot because. Oh, that's weird. because we didn't have the handgun yet. Oh! Lesbians. Oh, eat fast with a spoon! This game is going to give me an irrational hatred of birds. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's you can juggle combo the birds' corpses, but also it means they can kind of body block. Plus, like, this is doing us real good for our old Viscera and whatnot. Oh wait, so this is just the underside of... Oh... Why am I a dingleberry? Like, have we documented why I'm a dingus McGingus? Kind of wondering if we should turn around and head back, but... Oh, jaw. Oh, 1 million, thank you. Oh, it smells so good. I got fried tofu and noodles. Fuck yeah. Sadly, this is one of those games I can play and snack on. So I might... if I reversey Percy now, I should get close enough to one of the teleport spots that we can just head back. Because... I don't want you all have to sit and look at a fucking map while I'm snacking. I need food. I can't make sensible quotes. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm hungry. I'm lost, and everything smells amazing. How are you? So we can't fast travel from here. We have to go to a special place and light a candle. Okay. Learning. Okay. In my defense, it's very good. Right. You know, we don't have to rush forward. This game's not going anywhere. I don't know. Some days, friends, when we're having like either a really good show or you know, the stream's kind of lagging a little bit. I feel that need to kind of like press on, that need to haha, almost, you know. And I forget, I can eat like people. There's the trilogy. Yeah, so this is where we found our friend. I don't think we need to... There we go. How long do we have left on our cooking? Oh, fuck it. We'll head back to camp, because apparently we can upgrade our revolver, and that sounds like a pretty good deal to me. You know, the other thing I keep thinking about is how this game is also doing the same thing that 15 does, where it makes you stop. Like, you have to come home. You have to spend some time with the kid. You have to snooze. I promise you, Fred, if I could, I would have unreasonable guns duct taped to other guns. Oh, and we got a tangerine. Look, Poppy, I brought the plant for you. It's a tangerine. The size of a tangerine. It's too small for a tree. It's small because it's young. Like a poppy tree, yeah. Get it. In a few years, it'll be taller than this house. That's so cool! We need to make a hole in the roof. Oh no, birds could fly through it. I think I'll wait till you kill them all. There's no hurry. Some of the best things in life really take their time. Alright. I do like how we're bringing home little souvenirs from our journeys. That really kind of hammers home the whole road trip aspect of this, or road warrior, I should say. To potato me. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. We're just putzing around the village while I have a spot of food. Well, we should be able to upgrade the revolver and stuff like that. Huh. Well, thank you kindly. Yeah, so Fred, that's also something this game is doing thematically very well. Is this is a cruel and brutal world, but Laika doesn't want the little puppy to grow up, and it doesn't want to grow having to deal with all the horribleness outside the village. The grandmother wants them to grow up and keeps kind of being a bit pushy about it, which is why Grand's not allowed to see the kid at the moment. Like, this is dealing with some heavy stuff in a good way. Alright, so now we still don't have enough stuff to upgrade. But we do have enough to upgrade the revolver, so 3 bullets, let's go! Oh. But honestly, the little village in this game is a place I could quite happily idle for hours. Okay. And there's not too much to be gained by revisiting the same peeps, which... I have no idea where we're going to find bones, dust, and a rusty spring. And I'm loath to Google it, just in case we get a here's the ending of Laika. Fucking Google taking a nosedive recently has really made me wary of Googling anything about a game or a film or a television show I don't want spoilers for. I'm still hoping we'll have like a fancy merchant kicking around here at some point. We do now know where to get refined metal though, so we can hit up the bird camp in case we want like more bags and stuff like that. I've been trying to think if there's anything else that's really struck me about this so far that like really needs... I can't think there's anything else that desperately needs mentioning, only that this really does feel like a living place. And that's not an easy thing to do. I think perhaps that might have been one of the few things that I would critique about Pyre, was that the cast of characters was so wonderful, but because it was predominantly visual novel-esque, I don't know, I don't feel you got to spend as much time just being. Hades does such a wonderful job of having you chat with everybody and either encouraging you or forcing you to take time between runs. Fred, absolutely spot on. Like, there isn't that much that has changed in the village based on our actions so far, but it does feel alive. And Austin, entirely correct. I like pointing to Pyre as a really good example of not every game has to be for everybody, right? I love what Pyre is. You could not pay me to play it again. Well, I mean, you could, but you know what I mean. It was such a bizarre mix of like visual novel, philosophy, and sports game. And I will admit, like, all the people I've spoken to who have played through Pyre and enjoyed it, definitely they played fast and loose with the auto saves. And I think that's okay, Austin. I think it's okay that Spirit Basketball isn't your sport of choice. Alright, so we got 3 shots with the revolver. Now we need to somehow find where all the ruddy bones and springs are. We've been playing this game for... Alright, with additional Longshipian generosity, I'd say we've been playing this game for about 4 and a bit hours. I just realised the arrow on top of your reticle, that's which way up you're facing. So that way you know if you're about to get yourself into a whole heap of trouble or not. Oh, and the reason I'm going up this way, friends, is I'm convinced there was a merchant that was selling springs. I'm convinced I didn't just imagine it. Oh, feck. Accidentally eat shit on just one of the little turns. Come back to where we live. You're not safe here. Well, this is where I live. Well, I'm glad we had this talk. Glad we had this chat. Brilliant. Because there was the snail-looking guy who was selling the Game Boy and the kids' toys. We got that. Are you talking about your T-station solution? Gotcha. We still haven't worked out how to get through those yet. I knew I was in trouble. As soon as I started doing skid wheelies, I knew it was all over. Sorry friends, I didn't realise my conversational skills have basically dropped off a cliff. Like... I think what I need to do is stop imagining that I spoke to somebody who'd sell me a spring and start heading towards Mining Town, because I think that's the only place we can go to right now. Very true, Fred. Well, and Fred, you know what's fascinating is that because of the bullet time is a standard, you have these little bite-sized engagements. Like, it's never so hectic you're going, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Ashton, have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. Thank you for the company and conversation. This game is so fascinating because of how important, like, positioning is to all of it. So you have no way to get up through there. Alright, so let's start heading out of this area for now. As I say, as I ultimately end up doing not at all that. Stakes. Oh, this bloody place again. Oh, it do this to me. Hey, remember earlier on in the stream when I got stuck in this little tunnel and I was like, well, Sure, I'm glad I got through that. Definitely don't want to do that again. Do you remember that?
There's a line dividing
Note to self. Laika.
from to me. That someone broke for me.
This is the worst.
How cruel the universe is breaking all the rules. This is the last year that I have for you. This is the last year that I have for you. This is the last year that I have for you.
I was getting cocky. That's what happens. You know what? Han tried to fucking tell us. What he says, don't get cocky, kid. And what did I do? What did I do? I did exactly what he told me not to. The thing I was trying to talk about is how if there is a deity in this world, we lost so much viscera. Fuck. We had over 1,000 coming in here, and now we have fuck and brilliant.
The last year that I have for you.
Actually, have we looked up who did this like fucking incredible soundtrack? Like whether they are a known entity or not. Holy crap, they're good at it. Right, before you ask, yes, I am cutting my losses and fucking off. Going to mining town. Feck this nonsense. But no, the idea that we reload our powers and our weapons by doing sick flips and are granted immortality by some unknown forces. Like, we've been blessed by the god of awesome sick wheelies. Check that guy already. We know he hasn't got what we need. We're gonna need a lot more cash if we want to get all the fucking videotapes, but alright. So we couldn't get into where waves die. So yeah, all we can do is just head down to where. Let's head through Rust Weave. Hello, River. What's up, Miguel? What's up, River? Hello, Vicky. What do you need? See, that's already. once the once I'm able to get some more space cleaned up in here, I'll get a dog bed for River in here, so you all can see her when she's hanging out. It says the soundtrack is credited to an artist called Bella Collier. Sorry, I'm probably butchering that pronunciation, but they really are fucking good. Get refined metal out here. Not selling anything we need. Beans. Well, they are probably actually selling beans, but that's not the point. Not quite, not quite. Gotta commit. Can't half-arse it, gotta commit. Is to master the motorcycle gods, one must commit with their full ass. Fuck! I fell off my head. Wait, did we not? Are we missing one of our... Missing one of our bags. And we are. Somewhere out there in the wastelands. Well, that could have gone better, but it certainly could have gone worse. also fascinated that, like, nothing about this world has been explained to us yet. Like, you know me, I love any game that will respect us to understand what they're doing with world building. Of course, there had to be birds. Aha! Bones. Alright, we need 30 bones. That guy has a fucking rocket launcher. All right. All fucking right. So many birds. And you're right, we probably, we probably could stand to have the full complement of. Oh, you're shitting me sideways! My one critique of this game so far would be that when you fuck up, it makes your dog is sad noise. Absolutely be buying a map. Fucking map wanker. Generations of bus wanker. That's how we get it done. Bones! So by the end of this, we'll have at least all we need. Check our items, ingredients. Alright, we're up to 28 bones. We're nearly fucking there. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's not fun. plus side, I keep picking up my bag, which is fine. But still. I assume we can't ricochet missiles either. Oh, come on! I dodged the missile and his mate's like, don't worry, Dave, I've got it! Fucking Dave. Dave. You know what you did. Oh God. Okay, so... Oh, I lost so much stuff! Ah! Okay, we might be alright. Might be okay. Shooty Dave, cousin to Stabby Dave. Hello, River. I will say the crossbow is turning out to be my favourite. Ah, fucked up. Ah, fucked up. Oh, I'm sorry. Ah, fucked up. I'm sorry. They're already dead, so I don't have to worry about them. Okay. Where the fuck are we going to find a spring? Oh, there Mindellas are alive. Well, that's goodbye to the Elders Alliance. Oh, I hate this. Here's another idea. Fuck that. You know what, friends? I think that muffled and incoherent scream might not be a bad place to consider bringing our adventures to a close. Alright, I'll go get my other bag of viscera, which I didn't think... This is not a thing I think I'd have to say. Good for bones. Kids want to get some bones. Okay, this is kind of cool. Up here we can probably find out where everybody's fucking gone. This little dude's just fucking jamming out, living his best life. Alright, where... Oh, thanks to the mountain for sending you my dear Maya. I'm her daughter. Oh, but you're like her. I mean, you're a fighter. Do you also, you know, not... I was supposed to offer your people alliance, but I see only birds. My people, they're all caged up. Yes, that's it. Forced to work for the bird 24/7 in the pit. Darkest place in the mountain. That's what happened. And you're going to rescue them all. That's like 200 living allies. Right, how do I get to that pit? Look for a round door with 4 locks. Here's the first key, but the others, well... You need to find a way to get to them from the birds' overseers. Don't worry, I'll use diplomacy. Alright. So where rock bleeds. I'll open the door to ground level for you. Once there, use this card to activate the mountain heart. Oh, of course it's that fucking wanker. Now free my people. We may fight by your side. Alright, although I'm gonna aim for a save point before I fuck this up. Hey, remember when I said I was gonna stop and then I didn't because I'm an idiot? But now I can buy this bugger's map and then I buy some magic wanker! Alright. The spring! Alright, that's everything we need for our shoddy 2 hottie. Okay, that is an excellent reason to go back to camp. See, Fred, the problem is I can stop anytime I choose. And you're right. I choose not to. I can stop anytime I want, but I don't want to stop. There we go. Yeah, Ted. Sorry, Gran. Alright, kid. Bedtime. Alright. Who wants a shotgun? Sorry, I shouldn't be quite so upbeat and whimsical in this dark apocalypse, but new toys. First time I shot it, the recoil just broke my shoulder. Now it only hurls me backwards. Alright, now show shotgun to Maya. Moose, that might be... that might be the case. The other thing I thought... Sorry, Moose was suggesting they do wonder if the whole age through blood thing is in terms of the grandma wanting puppy to grow up too fast. But also, something that struck me is how everything's named is very childlike. You know, the idea that, you know, Laika here is this invincible warrior. The fact that this is the place where we live and that's the place where we used to live. Like... I don't think it works when we get to, like, you know, where the mountain bleeds and stuff like that, but there's parts of this that really do feel like a child telling a story. This might be the tale of what aged puppy, but we'll have to wait for that depressing conclusion next week on Motorbikes and the Dogs That Ride Them. So, because friends, if I didn't... Hang on, I'm going to go to just a studio for a second. I feel like if I didn't end it there, I would be playing that until the small hours, and I don't want you all to miss out on the good stuff. So, what a lovely day. Apologies that my ability to converse basically dropped off at the end of the show there, but if you take anything away from this game is that good. Alright. If it's alright with your good selves, I'd like to do more of this next week. But it does mean our current 3 long plays are going to be Laika, Lunacid, and Final Fantasy. I don't know. Laika's one of these interesting ones that it's done pretty good, right? It hasn't done badly. It's got over 2,000, you know, positive reviews on Steam. Like, it's a published title. And, you know, it's the same publishers that have done Aerial Knights Never Yield, the Coma, Silver Chain, Vambrace Cold Soul, the slightly less horrifying Darkest Dungeon 'em up. Like, there's a bunch of cool titles these peeps have put out there. All of them, like, sensible budget titles. Sorry, I'm trying to think of a clever way to say it, and I couldn't. Alright. God, I'm just... Now I've stopped, the exhaustion has hit me like a brick wall. You know, on those nights where it's the game that's propping you up? A fucking great time. Alright, so, friends, Longshipians, glorious miscreants. Tomorrow we're continuing with Lunacid, and yeah, we'll continue with this game if that's alright with you lot. I know I've had a bloody good time with it. I don't think there's anything else drastically going on. If you see me in Discord later, it means I have made very, very poor life choices. But, yeah. I think it might be hair of the dog o'clock. And not just because of the game. I'll make an orange jello. That sounds lovely. Yeah. It is interesting, though, the amount of... Like, just looking at my friends list, like, loads of people are aware of Laika, but it's only really, like, myself and I think one other person from the Longshipian lot that has actually, like, chipped away at it. Fucking yo. Oh, you know what? I need to say my thank yous before I get completely lost in thought. So, friends, miscreants, Vikings and vagabonds, you glorious murder of crows. Thank you for a wonderful day and been fucking massively generous. I honestly thought today was going to be crickets because it's AGDQ. Like, this is a big day. But you came, you hung out, just floored me, and then let me putz about on this. Like, that's a lovely day. So, seriously, thank you. And to all of you that chucked money at my dumb face to keep me both sane and happy, I need to thank the following people. And I do kind of... I don't know. I'll extrapolate on that thought in a second. So to Potetemi, thank you kindly for the follow. I hope we get to chat and hang out in the future. To Favor 6, Viking Zussi, Koffussy, get the fuck out, Jackie Foxbutt, Zero Katama, Volumina, Glory Glasgow, CMC Passerby, Flash Zappin' My Brain, Obi-Wan, A Maple Story Worldslinger, Dark Lord of the Universe, Nautical Fury, Scotty Doggy, RC, fucking terrors, Lazy Slayer Natterfoot, Kesovius, Dayrayu, Avarian Trist, Guns A Blazin', Meet the Boy, The Groovin' Gamer, D-Dubs, Loostraman, Corstrom again, Bartwee, Trillion, next, and Handlebar Orion. Most of you, thank you. Those of you who know what you did, fucking criminals. Scotty Doggy and Deus, thank you for donating cash monies, because that hits PayPal instantly and we can fucking use it. And to Zephu, Andorf, Crux, Ehrman, Legend, Puns, Favor 6, Air Dragon, PVS, Vanderbeast, Kira Zero, Scotty Doggy, Some Numbers, Bacon Avenger, Fearless Sun, all of you, thank you so much. Again, bits and donations is what keeps this going and keeps a fucking roof over my head, so thank you. And yeah, last but by no means least, thank you to our moderation team. Not just Caffeine and Lizzie T. Power, but also Rhymes of Moose, who I can literally see there. No, you are very, very welcome, Angel Kalina. Like, the honor is mine. I don't know why I said it like that. Bad Matt Berry's breathing in. So, for those of you that aren't, considering we're going to be playing with him on Saturday, for those of you... I'm going to pass you all over to Sage. Sage is just doing some classic Super Bunnyman. If you haven't seen that, it is the antithesis of Simple Chaos. So yeah. Right, friends, Vikings, and... oh my word. Remember when I used to know how to speak people good words like? I'm going to throw you all over to Sage. Whatever you do, friends, have the most wonderful rest of your evening. If for some reason you need video game recommendations, I hecking got you. And if you hate sleep, I can help with that. But otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow for Lunacid, which I'm really fucking stoked to be playing again. So fuck yeah. Alright, before I lose the ability to speak any further, have a wonderful rest of your evening, and to be continued, friends. To be continued.